And we're back.
We had a power
outage.
malfunction.
Technical difficulties.
Human error caused all of the power to be lost to the computer.
I have nothing to say about it.
What am I doing?
Looking for Dylan Becker and Joseph Terra, vocalists. Dylan Becker looks like he's playing red. Just red-white. Red-white beats.
And Joseph is playing Mardudu.
Mardudu.
I see Crackling Dooms, Goblin Rabblemaster, Seeker of the Way, Monastery Swift Spear. This is this is like
Fast.
super aggro.
Joseph's on the mulligan. Looks like a
Did Dylan keep 7?
pretty normal, I believe so.
Couldn't see.
He doesn't look happy about it.
Yeah, he's light on lands.
Moving back.
It's fine. Sometimes you gotta mulligan 5.
You gotta do what you gotta do. So in Dylan's deck, it looks like you're just regular old red-white beat down. He's got 2 Soulfires, he got the Seekers, Goblin Rabblmasters, 2 Bermoss, a single Ash Cloud in the main, or 2, and he's using tally marks, I'm not sure. But 2 Storm Breaths, some Chains, Wild Slash, Lightning Strike, a single Valor Stance in the main, 4 Hordeling Outbursts, 4 Stokes, and 3 Outpost Siege. Everyone's playing 3.
So they're just gonna try and kick the shit out of each other.
Yeah, we're gonna be throwing some punches.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, one's mulling to 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna favor the person with 7 cards in their hand instead of the one with 5
I guess
cards in their hand.
if Joseph's still on the play,
it's not unreasonable for him to
tempo.
win. I think a lot of what's gonna put someone ahead in this matchup is like the outburst into Stoke.
Outburst into Stoke.
It's like getting to cast a free spell.
If someone plays
Outburst. But I just think I like Dylan's deck a bit better because he has Outpost Siege, right? Yeah. Whereas Joseph does not.
Joseph has a Sorin though, which is a huge swing.
Yeah, it's going to be a big damage swing.
I think they're waiting for us to tell them that they can start.
You guys are good.
Dylan was on the play. He's got a Scry, keeping it on top. Getting a peek at Dylan's hands. Got some Wild Slashes, which seem to be probably pretty good in this matchup.
1 drop is good. That's a good start for our roll to 5 here. It's a Seeker.
That's also a very good card in this matchup.
Yeah.
The life gain.
They both are playing the full amount of Seekers, right?
4 Seeker over here.
Yeah, 4 Seeker.
Nice.
So it's just like one deck is playing black, one deck is not.
Yep. And by not playing black, he could play his Outpost Siege, even though he still could play Outpost Siege in the Mardu deck.
Yeah, but he's instead playing Butcher and Crackling Doom.
Yep.
Which, if he gets out of the gates, like, the Outpost Siege really doesn't matter if you're just beating for 5 with Butcher.
Might actually be too slow. That's pretty good.
So, that is strong. Is that a chain?
Outburst, Valorous Stance.
There's a Valorous Stance. Valorous Stance is toughness, right? So
yeah.
It looks like he basically has no way to deal with this.
I think you take your Valorous Stances out, probably. Maybe not.
Does he have another strike? Okay, so that's down. I think I would have attacked first. Because if he for some reason blocks with Rabblemaster, you get to kill a token.
Give him a chance.
You get
Give him a chance to
always give your opponent a chance to screw up. You never know what they're gonna do.
Dylan Becker's had enough of this.
Yeah, this Monastery Swift Spear.
Putting in 5 damage. Seeker.
So I see Seeker and Outburst
and
with
Valorous Stance. That's the 3 we're working with.
It's gonna be hard to make this hand get there, but it seems reasonable. I think I would have led with the Seeker just to get value off of the
lifelink.
Yeah, and like I don't know if these 1/1s are doing anything for you, and like he can't attack his Goblin token into your 2/2 if you have the Seeker in play. It is more mana efficient to play the Outburst, but I don't think it's necessarily correct. Yeah, Seeker, especially against this play, Seeker would have been much better.
Mm-hmm. Sorin.
That's a Sorin. So
need
if
a
he
land.
can get a black mana,
And not have his dudes die.
he'll be in pretty good shape.
Sorin is a big deal.
This Rapid Master is kind of annoying.
Okay.
And it's dangerous to just like double block it, because if Dylan has any kind of removal, then he just keeps going.
Yep.
You could triple block it, but I don't know if that's
That's rough too. Just with the goblins though, which is interesting.
I mean, when your opponent only has one red up, if you have like a glut of removal spells, I think I would have just jammed with everything.
Yep.
Just leave him with an empty board.
Blocks with one Seeker. And now it's kind of awkward because if you try to slash it, and then Joseph has a slash,
Yeah.
it's a pretty big blowout. But I believe if Joseph had a wild slash, he would have used it before he got his goblin.
Yeah, the Rebel Master would have been
There's nothing to really.
binned. Or maybe not, because like you could gain 3 life off of it.
That's true. That's true.
So if we see a black mana here, he's in pretty good shape. That was a
Crackling
Crackling Doom.
That is not a block.
Well, now he can use his Valorous Stance to like
Stop the
block
Rabble
the Rabble Master,
Gain 3.
or just to protect it from a Stoke, and possibly gain some life. So it's not too bad. He will need a black mana soon if he wants to win this game, or a Chain of the Rocks, but that's less good.
Didn't fire off a Stoke there.
I think that's fine.
I think he has 3 outpost sieges. He has all 3 of his.
Well, that's one reason to not attack with Rabble Master and just play Outpost Siege and like kind of play defense.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some goblins off the table, it seems.
And yeah.
Well, that was Wild Slash on Seeker. He can give a Seeker indestructibility, gain 3 life.
Yeah, that's pretty
Pretty
good.
strong.
Oh, wow. Alright. Yeah. This seems like a pretty big swing here. I don't know. He could have fired off the Wild Slash the turn. Dylan could have fired off the Wild Slash the turn before when Joseph didn't have white mana up and not worried about this. But now he can't even play his Outpost Siege. And I don't really like the Wild Slash there. He can't play
On
an
the Seeker?
Outpost Siege anymore. Yeah, because
Oh yeah.
yeah, like he should have probably Wild Slash the turn before.
It looks like he's given Joseph a way back into this
Yeah.
game. Like it was looking early like this game wasn't going to be very close, and not being efficient with his mana has cost Dylan a bit.
He got to Stoke there, so it's fine. He got to kill the rabble.
Yeah, sadly, Outpost Siege does not have Convoke.
Yeah. Sadly.
Yeah. Is it just 2 more sieges?
Yeah, he has 3 sieges in his hand. He just played 1.
Yeah.
2? Second ability? I don't know.
Are we not drawing cards?
You just can play the other one later, I guess.
Well, if he does the other ability, it can hit creatures.
Yeah.
So like if he blocks with Seeker, then he kills the Seeker. So
Yeah.
there is reason to do that, but
And he also has 2 more in hand, so he gets more of an immediate effect right now.
Mm-hmm.
more Seekers.
If he gets that
I think,
swing
I think I
when
would
he
have.
casts the
I think I
sword,
would have attacked there with the other Seeker, right? Like
you're not gonna.
you need to. The longer the game goes with this Outpost Siege in play, the harder it is for you to actually get in damage.
And Outpost Siege stats.
And if he's trading his Rabble Master, that's fine. So we're taking 2 anyways.
Yeah, so he did use the...
There's an Outburst.
This almost looks like it could be a Stoke of Flames. Does he have... Do we know what the rest of his hand is? It's 2 Outpost Sieges and...
I think it's just 2 Outpost Sieges and a land, but I'm not certain what is in Dylan's hand. Joseph just drew a Stoke of Flames, which could be real big, because there's a lot of... I think I would have gotten aggressive there.
It's just 6 points.
Well, he has to tap one of the Seekers in order to cast the Stoke
I
of
think he has a
Flames.
land in his hand.
So it's actually better to be on the defensive here, so he can block, Stoke, and then
Oh, it's
gain
not a
bunch of
land. It's
life.
Soren, Crackling
Yeah.
Doom, and Stoke.
Huh.
Yeah, I would have blocked first.
Yeah,
I think
I wonder-
letting him make another token is not a problem when you get to gain significantly more life.
I mean, you gain 6, but the problem is you still lose one of your Seekers, because if you block one on each, then the 2 that die can go
Yeah,
to
but
one of them.
who cares? I'd rather gain 6 life.
You just play another Outpost Siege with the same ability, and they stack?
Well, he already moved
I
to
mean-
combat, so
Yeah, I know.
he can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, like,
But he
this
doesn't have to
way-
attack.
Well, actually, he didn't technically move to combat.
Oh, right,
because
right, right.
You have to do it
Right,
before
he did not
the
move to
beginning
combat.
of combat.
You're right.
Okay, so now he's doing it again.
Same guy.
Huh?
I would have just jammed.
Yeah.
His Chain of the Rocks is less good now. He really needed the
The sword.
black mana earlier, because like even now, Dylan just gets to trade, and
If you cast the sword, you get your
all
prowess
he has to
trigger.
block with 1 Goblin token, and then each of them deals 2 back to the creature. So it's almost like each Goblin token is a 3/1 if they die. It's like a super Mog Fanatic.
Do it again. That's interesting. What does he have? If he has a 3rd siege, you might as well cast it.
But I would
Before
actually
you
probably
attack,
put this
right?
one on the
I would just take
extra...
4. I would take 4 here, right? You have the Chain of the Rocks on the way back.
You have
to
Chain
gain
of the
some
Rocks,
life.
also Soren.
Yeah, Chain to the Rocks... nets
So you almost take more
way
damage if you
life.
block.
Almost. Ooh, another Hordeling
Ooh.
Outburst, though.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, if he draws... even if he draws black mana, it's just not good enough.
Well, what does Black Mana even do?
Cast Soren and
Uh,
plus it. Prowess trigger plus the +1. It's not bad.
nets you 8, and then you're taking... probably 6
6.
on the backswing. But it looks like another brick for lands. Oh, is this a Chain to the Rocks?
That's pretty good. Yeah.
So
That
Joseph
was
screws
that.
him up.
Yeah.
I mean, it was going
That
to be
wasn't
hard to
bad
win
for a
on
model.
5.
Yeah, model 5, that wasn't bad.
He stretched that game out pretty long. So, Joseph and his board.
That was game 1.
That was
Dylan-
game 1.
Dylan. Right? Or no, you have Joseph.
Now I'm looking at Dylan.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dylan's board, he has Arc Lightning, which I think those are coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Scouring Sands, which I don't even know what the card does.
It's-
Can't block or something?
It's 2 mana. It deals 1 damage, I think, to
Okay.
all opponents. And you get a scry.
Okay, well that card's coming in.
Do you know if Dylan knows that Joseph is on
No,
on
we-
3-color because he
showed-
only showed
he showed
two
no black
colors,
cards.
Showed no
and
black
it looks
cards.
just like a standard red-white deck.
Yes.
Yep.
There's Glare of Heresy in Dylan's board.
Do you think that
There's-
changes anything if he
End
saw?
hostilities? No, I think you're still bringing in Arc Lightning and Scouring Sands. Like, we haven't gone through all of this to see what else would come in.
Looks like there's a lot of cards to bring in, but I don't know what he wants to be taking out. Like,
I
guess
think
you probably
Valorous
don't-
Stance
Valor
is pretty
stance
bad.
is bad.
Especially because he doesn't know that his opponent has Butcher of the Horde. I don't know how.
Ash Cloud
How-
Phoenix.
I think that's fine. I don't know how well Soulfire Grandmaster plays in these matchups. When your opponent just has a ton of removal, like, there's. Like, it's just gonna die.
Yeah.
Like, those are the cards that I'm probably looking to take out.
Joseph sideboard. It looks like he kind of can go into a more control-y setup with he has 2 Storm Breaths, 2 Erase, 2 Deflecting Palm, 2 Angers, 2 End Hostilities, 2 Utter Ends, 1 Elspeth, 1 Glare, and 1 Thoughtseize. So he could kind of switch into that gear and like take out his smaller stuff and try to anger and end hostilities and beat him with Storm Breaths and Elspeths. But
I mean, he's probably bringing in the erases after that game, too.
yep, Erase against Chain to the Rocks.
So how do you think that the board changes differently for Dylan if he was walking around the tournament earlier and saw that he actually does have black in his deck? What does that change anything in the matchup
I mean, he might
that's relevant?
bring in
Because does he have a lot of removal spells for
the
Butcher of the Horde?
Valorous Stance might stay in
But other than that,
for Butcher. It's kind of weird because both of them have the opportunity to board in these bigger decks, and I don't know which one wants to do that more. Like, both of them have things like Sarkhan in their board, or actually,
Elspeth.
like, Joseph has Storm Breath in his board, Dylan has Sarkhan and Elspeth in his board. Like, who wants to go bigger? And is that, like, the right thing to do in this matchup?
that's the question.
I would
like,
think that the
if-
black deck would probably want to go bigger just because it's already leaning towards Butcher of the Horde being
Right.
its kind of heavy hitter.
And Joseph has Anger, which that's
But no Bile or Drown in Sorrow, does he?
no John and Sorrow. Yeah, he's
Very
barely
black
splashing. Very. There's very few black sources in this deck.
4 Bloodstained Mire, 4 Nomad Outposts.
And 2 caves. So he has
And a swamp.
11 black sources, which is plenty, but like it's not. He's more focused on red white. It's just like a red white aggro deck splashing black. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard. It's harder for Dylan to board because I think Joseph can be pretty certain that Dylan's just red white, but Dylan has no clue that Joseph is
Even
not
harder to
just
do.
red white.
It also can affect like his keeps
Yeah.
and his mulligans. It's pretty.
So which deck did you say had the edge in game 1? Did you guys think, or did you really take?
I
a
think
look
it was
at
who was
that?
on the play.
Who was on the play, but like
Who was on the
also-
play that
Dylan
game?
was on the play, and Dylan had 7 cards, and Joseph had
Joseph
5.
had it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Joseph actually put up a pretty good fight to be
Considering.
on the draw and only have 5 cards, considering they're both like very fast aggro decks. Like Joseph's packing 4 Monastery Swiftspear, which did get him for 5 damage in that game, just and cleared the way for some other cards.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Joseph goes into a control.
I think the anger certainly come in. Like, if you have anger on your board, what else are you warding it in against?
Yeah.
But does that
Anger.
mean you're taking out like all your Swift Spears and
Hmm.
like anger kills everything in his deck except for Butcher.
Yep.
So I understand that you're able to like choose when you cast it, but it seems kind of awkward to have that in your board and not bring it in against this matchup.
Where it kills
Like-
the majority of their creatures.
Like you basically have to, right? The only creatures it doesn't kill in Dylan's deck are Burmaz and Stormbreath Dragon. So
we'll see.
I'd have to imagine it's in the deck now. Joseph is mulliganing again. It looked like he was
They're
land
both
having.
mulligan.
Dylan
Dylan's
looked
hand
land
looked
like.
kind of nice.
I didn't see him.
I didn't see how
think
many
he only
lands,
had
though.
1 or 2 lands.
Oh, okay.
I saw an Ashcloud Phoenix
I saw
and
two
a Stormbat
Stoke.
Dragon.
I saw two Stoke the
yeah,
Flames and an
Stoke-
Ashcloud Phoenix.
Yeah. I think it was probably just land light.
So both taking a mulligan. Who do you think has the advantage in a mulliganing situation? Who's going to function
Dylan.
better off 6 cards?
Dylan has 2 colors of mana. Joseph has 3. I think that's pretty simple. Also, usually the aggressor has the advantage with less cards.
Joseph's
But they're
on the
both,
play.
depending on how they boarded, it's really hard to say. But I think Joseph's best cards rely on having all 3 colors of mana, and that's harder when you're down a card, obviously.
See if we can get a keep on 6.
All these mulligans.
Everyone's mulliganing.
So Butcher, Butcher,
Two
Rabble.
lands.
2 lands. What was the card all the way on the left? Was it 3 lands?
3 lands? 4
If
lands?
it's Butcher, Rabble Master,
Elspeth.
3 lands, that's pretty
Well,
good.
it looks like Dylan definitely sided into the late game plan. I saw 4 lands, Elspeth, Sarkhan, but he's going to ship it back.
Yeah, you can't keep that. Did we see the 6 card in Joseph's hand? I know I saw Butcher, Rabble Master, 2 lands. I did not see the last card. But I think you probably keep that even if it's just like a blank. Because your average 5 is probably much worse than that. It's a lot of mulligans for this match.
Alright, 2 lands, 3 lands, 4
It looks 4 lands and a Scouring Sands? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you can go to 4,
Yeah.
but it's not good.
Oh.
And we ripped a land.
I actually think I would have kept the 6 card hand. The
I
4
didn't-
lands,
I didn't
Sarkhan.
see-
It was 4 lands, Sarkhan,
And
Pluck,
Elspeth.
pluck the 2-drop.
If that's your plan,
Well,
No removal
we,
spell.
we did pluck a Seeker, so.
I find it interesting that he kept in the Seekers. If he's going for this more late game plan, I would think that you would kind of keep in your removal and then, try to go for like all your cheap removal. Like if you think you're in the mirror, in the light red mirror, you keep in all your lightning strikes and your wild slashes.
But the life
and
swings.
your valorous stances,
pretty relevant.
and then you board into like these Elspeths and arc lightnings, all this removal to get to your big.
I just
Big
don't think he has enough
finishers.
removal, and he doesn't have the angers like Joseph does to make it that much more relevant.
I'm just wondering if you're boarding into Elspeth and Sarkhan, what are you taking? Like, what are you taking out? You think you're just taking out like the Soulfire Grandmasters? I mean, we know that he's boarding into Scouring.
I would be
Sands,
taking
too.
it out, yeah.
Maybe there's just not enough.
Drew another land for Dylan. I think you kind of just want to trade, but if Joseph has a land here, he's in business.
He does.
Does he have a land? Because he can just play Butcher.
It looked like it, at least. Looked like a Battlefield Forge was on top of his hand, but I could be wrong.
I think
we
I
know
would.
that.
I
We know
think
that
I would.
Dylan does not have a Stoke the Flames in hand because
We don't, but I mean we do, but Joseph doesn't. But I think I would still just go for the Butcher anyways. Yeah, so he doesn't. He almost certainly does not have the land. Like, because even if he did have the land, and like he could still play the Sorin, which would have been just as good.
all right. So
Now we have a
land
Stoke.
drop. This looks like it's going to be an end to turn Stoke the Flames. This is going to be a. Oh, I think I see a Stoke the Flames in Dylan's hand.
He
Yeah,
just drew it,
just
yeah.
drew it.
Okay. Stoke the Rebel Master. Attack for 3. Alright. Couple more good
That
draws
was a
like
portaling
this.
outburst, right? Which I think is the only play to make. Oh, it was an anger. That's fine here.
So now is when Dylan needs to start drawing his big cards like an Elspeth.
Yeah.
He needs a second one. Oh, no,
He has a second white source in
Nice.
his hand.
There's his fourth land.
This butcher will keep this. Oh, no butcher.
So he kept in the Swift Spears and brought in the Angers.
I mean, he did time it correctly, like to set himself up.
Yeah.
And next turn he is going to be able to kill the Elspeth
Oh, with Butcher.
with the butcher.
Unless he wants the Scouring Sands instead.
I,
But
I
can't see him
I
doing
can't
that.
imagine him like if
He could
you-
have the sick read.
This is
He might sniff out a Butcher of the Horde in hand. Because he paused.
He's definitely thinking about it.
Because Joseph paused so long before not like just
I don't-
going to combat with the Rabble Master.
yeah, but like I don't think like if you just Scouring Sands here, it doesn't matter, like right because then Joseph just casts. He just casts Butcher the Horde next turn, and what are you going to do? You're going to play your Elspeth and down it, and then just lose your Elspeth to Monastery Swift Spear? Like, I don't think it is any different.
Rather try to deal with a Monastery Swift Spear than a Butcher.
It's true. It's just not going to matter, though, because Joseph has two Butchers.
2 Butchers.
Yeah. You're going to go with the Sorin here or the Butcher?
Soren.
I think I want to make a 2-2 this time.
Yeah.
Actually, I probably want to plus it because it keeps it out of burn range. Like, keeps it out of stoke range. Yeah, plussing it's just
And it's a
just better.
6-point lifespan.
Yeah.
Even now, if he plays,
So now we got to
Yeah.
play the Elspeth. And it just...
It just died.
it's gonna die
just
to
gonna
a
just die.
Butcher.
So sad. Poor Elspeth. Tokens. Although those are not Theros tokens, unfortunately.
I think we also just drew a Crackling Doom.
It's a real shame that Dylan can't doesn't have like what's the tap 3 guys, exile and attacking or blocking creature?
Devouring Light.
Devouring Light,
would
yeah.
be real sick right now.
It would be pretty strong. So I think the only decision to really make this turn is what do we do with our Sorin?
Upstairs.
I actually think you might go down 2 so that because you need to sack something to the Butcher, and
Yeah.
I think Swift Spear is probably better, or maybe not because the soldiers are kind of holding it off.
I think you might want the 2/2 just to block next turn. I mean the 1/2
Okay.
can also block next turn also, but I think you certainly want to make a thing, which he's going to do now because he didn't
Right
plus it
flank.
before combat.
Yeah.
Need a whammy here.
Another Elspeth would be nice.
Or just to stoke the flames is pretty good too.
Yeah, but even like I don't even know if Stoke is that good. Well, that's pretty good
That's not bad.
because if he stokes like
Do you think you should all 3 at it?
yeah
Just in case he has like a wild slash.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
That was a pretty good turn actually.
yeah I think the Arc Lightning was probably the best thing that could have happened there.
Unfortunately for Dylan, he only has 1 Elspeth. So we're not going to be ripping another Elspeth if Joseph decides to go for a second Butcher of the Horde.
We do have 2 end hostilities. And I'm sure if Dylan's bringing in, or going big, he probably brought in the end hostilities.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's declining to play the
Yeah,
second
looks like
Butcher.
he's playing it very safe.
Which I like. He left up. He also left up Crackling Doom.
There's no reason to commit that
That
hard.
was a. I think that was a.
Soulfire Grandmaster.
No, I thought I saw him draw a Chain of the Rocks, but obviously I didn't because he would have played it. So if you Crackling Doom here, and you assume Dylan has nothing, you would win. But he didn't want to be that risky.
Oh yeah, because you just
You do it and then you
Yeah.
sack the Seeker. I think I still just Crackling Doom and then attack with both.
so you're gonna let him eat the Seeker of the way.
Yeah, because it's
With
still
all three.
the Butcher is still lethal by itself next turn, and he has to like clear his entire board, and you're leaving yourself with a Butcher in your hand. So even if he rips a Stoke, you have a follow up Butcher. Plus, it like takes you to 17. I don't think he really needs to worry about getting life right now. But also, Dylan has to worry about Joseph having like a Lightning Strike right here or anything that can make his Seeker 4 power,
Yeah. Okay.
which is probably why
Realizes
he
he's not gonna win anytime quickly and wants
Yeah.
to stall the game out as long as possible.
I think he just drew another
Yeah.
land. So I
Mulligans
think
and
like
lands.
the first game wasn't like really fair to Joseph with the mull of 5, and then Dylan just mulled a 5. So hopefully this third game we get
With the
something a
4
little
land
more,
scouring sands.
a little more even. They figured out how to reset the life total without just
Plussing it all the way back
plussing
up.
it all the way back up to 20.
Also, you can slide your finger down it, and it takes away 5.
Wow.
No one knows that. No one knows that.
So
Fancy.
what I'm actually real excited to talk to you guys about are the new cards. I've been purposefully not really talking to you guys too much about them, so that I could get your guys' impressions. Can you think of any cards that you've seen in the upcoming set that comes out, well, that pre-releases next weekend, that would be useful in these kind of decks?
These
These
I've
cards.
decks?
seen- yeah, these two decks on screen here.
I don't know. I haven't really studied the spoiler
I
too
haven't
much.
looked at the spoiler too
And
much
I
either.
tend to initially look at cards more from a limited standpoint because I like limited more than I like constructed.
I mean, and also more of the cards are made for limited than are
Yeah.
made for constructed.
Um,
But like Ultimate Price is back.
Yeah,
So that's a card like Joseph could play.
There's the
play
4
in his
mana
deck.
dragon. If it gets targeted, you get a bolt. Their
that
face.
seems
If,
good. I don't know.
if any dragon gets targeted, you bolt them.
Yeah.
So if you have 2 dragons in play, it actually deals 6 damage if they target one of them.
If you have two
If you
of
have
them
the
in
same,
play.
if you have 2 of the same dragon of that red dragon in play,
Oh, yeah, if you
and
have
they-
2 of that, yeah,
and
yeah.
they target it, then you take 6.
That
That card seems like it's going to be pretty nice for the red white deck.
Red, white, aggro deck.
It almost kind of just replaces Butcher of the Horde. It seems like mostly a better Butcher of the Horde.
I think the thing I'm most curious about is seeing if someone can make those silly, if you have a dragon card type thing work in a control deck with the counterspell and the opportunity.
Well, I
'Cause
mean, like, how bad
Old
is Force Spike?
Silumgar is pretty awesome.
Yeah. New Silumgar's not half bad either.
Yeah, but I think I would want to lean towards the old Silumgar just because it's so hard to kill. Whereas like taking creature's not a big deal. Like it's basically just like a big Sower of Temptation, right? The new one,
Yeah.
which is
But
good.
it is a 3/5, so like it dodges Elspeth if they're like waiting on their Elspeth, and it also dodges Stoke the Flames, which is pretty relevant. It dodges Ultimate Price, which I think is going to be pretty. I think Ultimate Price is actually going to be pretty highly played. There's just not a lot of great 2-mana removal spells that kind of cover a lot of cards. But then again, also we're seeing Siege Rhino and Butcher of the Hordes and Fleece Mane Lions and Rakshasa Death Dealer,
Yeah,
so
and-
Ultimate Price might
and
not really hit enough things.
I feel like Ultimate Price might hit its stride after Hero's Downfall rotates out because Hero's Downfall, like the fact that it can kill any creature is important, and the fact that it can hit Planeswalker is important. And I think the cost of the 1 extra mana is. I'm happy to pay 1 extra mana to have that flexibility versus just sometimes just having a dead card in my hand.
But in these matchups, Ultimate Price would probably
Seems a
shine.
lot better.
Yeah.
sure, but
Joseph's
I mean
deck.
they have Chain of the Rocks,
Yeah,
which is arguably better.
arguably.
Definitely, at least
mean-
it hits Siege Rhino. It's mainly in there to hit Siege Rhino, I
Yeah.
guess. But Chain to the Rocks will rotate out.
Yeah,
I guess
I
along
think
with
when
Hero's Downfall.
Hero's Downfall rotates out, I don't remember there being that much good removal spells in Khan's block. Maybe I'm just there's just cut's very good, but I think cut's probably on similar power level to Ultimate Price.
Okay.
Obviously,
Obviously
if
they
you're,
work
you'd
very
be
well
playing,
together, too.
yeah, you'd be playing them in the same deck probably.
Trying to think if there's any more sweet cards that we're missing right now.
There's lots of sweet cards. There's so many
There's a
cards
lot of
that
good-
seemed constructed,
I like a
relevant,
lot of
but-
the blue cards. A lot of the blue cards seem very relevant for
Yeah,
constructed.
the opportunity seems pretty good. Like, even if you can't make it uncounterable, if you can make it uncounterable, it seems kind of obnoxious in control mirrors. But it seemed like there was also a lot of really good red cards printed that
Yeah.
might make control decks worse. Like the 1 mana 1/1 that has
Zergo.
fire breathing. No, not the Zergo.
Oh, yeah.
The uncommon that has fire breathing and can dash. Like, that card is going to be a massive headache for control decks.
Zergo doesn't seem bad though.
Yeah, Zergo seems good too.
A
Like,
mana 2/2.
I think-
you'll play as many of those as you can get away with. The problem with him being legendary, of course.
I think one of the reasons why I think red will be good is because there are a lot of options. Like, they printed a lot of cheap red cards that are good.
How about the red black dragon for Joseph's deck? The 6
The one
mana,
that if
6/5
they already
haste.
cast a creature or a
That's
planeswalker,
hot.
they take 10.
Yep.
That card's good.
The card doesn't seem bad. It seems
has
a lot
haste.
better than
It's good.
That's
the
strong.
6 mana 4/4. They take 10 if they search.
It looks like Dylan.
Dylan
kept-
has 2 lands.
but it looks like he kept because it looks like Joseph is
Yeah.
the one he's thinking right now. And I think one of Joseph's lands is Dylan's lands is Scryland, so we're off.
If you were to wear a hoodie to a Magic tournament during your matches, you obviously have your hood on
I
because
suppose.
you're a wizard.
Is that how that works?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Is this going to be Mountain Swift Spear turn 1?
I can't think of any other reason why he would crack on his turn. So it should
So
be
how do you feel
Swiss
about
Spear.
Joseph going for, or is that kind of his main deck is the more aggressive?
Well, he has a more
version?
aggressive deck because he has Swiss Spears. Like, I think that's like the distinguishing factor. Like, if you're playing Swiss Spear, you're pretty much saying I want to attack a lot. And if wasn't watching him sideboarding, he could have taken out the Angers. I do think they are better on the draw than they are on the play, and he is on the draw now, but I didn't see what he ended up doing.
Do
I-
either of them
he
have
missed- oh,
the destroy target mountain?
No, neither of them have Peak Corruption. But that's surprising. Like that, Dylan's saying something by chaining a Swiss Spear
a
that
Swiss Spear.
early.
Can't feel good.
Does Joseph have a third land? It looks like he doesn't.
It's very rare that he gets more than 3 lands.
This could be a
As-
long game for him.
As we've learned this match. Arc Lightning.
Yeah. I think he did. He did all 3 to it just in case, which is probably correct.
I mean, if you
We missed another land drop again.
If you get like lightning struck on one of your tokens,
Yeah.
It's a blowout.
it's kind of a.
Savage beating.
So it looks like Dylan might have. Do you think he sided into the more aggressive version, or the more like kind of kill things early version?
Well,
I thought
he
I just
had the
saw a lightning
Elspeth in.
strike. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I thought he was not gonna lightning strike on instep there.
Yeah.
It looks like he's
popped himself.
he's kind of starting to go faster now that Joseph has missed his land drops.
Well, an outburst here, like land into outburst, would be a big deal. Did he just draw Glare and then not cast it to get his Swiffer back? I think he
Yeah,
should have
he
done
did.
that.
Ooh, and this game looks like it's over, especially considering he has a lightning strike left in hand.
Yeah.
That's
So
it.
Joseph, a bit
Breaks
unlucky
on
there.
Both this whole match just
Yeah. I don't think
It's
like
unfortunate.
either player could have done anything majorly different to change the outcome of that match. But I will see if I can try and get another game
match.
3.
Yeah.
All right, guys, welcome back. I'm getting ready for round 4 here. We got a spicy deck for you.
Yeah, it's kind of sweet. We have Joseph back on stream once again, and then we have a new person to the stream. What is he? Oh,
Nick Laviola.
Yeah, he is playing quite the spicy deck. Why don't you go ahead and tell him about it, Casey?
So I guess the deck's been seen before, but it is the Soul Flare Chromanticore combo deck. So basically the idea is you're going to self-mill yourself a bunch, and then you're going to cast a Soul Flare, exile Chromanticore, and have a bunch of abilities.
Yeah.
Hopefully hexproof and indestructible is the main idea. So it's kind of a combo deck.
Yeah.
It's neat. The deck usually goes late because it's setting everything up, and eventually it builds a obnoxious creature.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, the cards that he's playing in this deck are kind of just pretty good on their own, right?
Yeah.
He's playing Shaman of the Great Hunt, which has been increasingly good over the past couple weeks here. It's been growing in popularity a lot. It plays, Farika, God of Affliction, which we see every once in a while, seems to really break up the ground. It lets you kind of stall out the ground so that you can make your Chromanticore in time. And kind of an interesting card here for Monastery Siege. That seems pretty interesting to me. What do you think about that?
I think it's, like, I'm not a huge fan of the card itself, but I think it's basically perfect in this deck. Like, you really want to draw your Soul Flares, and you really want to put certain cards in your graveyard. So it seems like exactly what you want. Like, you want to put stuff in your graveyard, and you're digging for some very specific cards in order to make your stuff, work. You're also playing 5 colors, so, like, it'll let you fix your mana a bit, just to see extra cards, discard cards discard, lands that you already have, the mana for. Both players mulligan to 6. Nick had a hand that he could have kept, but it didn't seem to do what the deck wanted to do. It was just like a hand with Caryatid and 2 lands and like a Shaman of the Great Hunt, but it didn't seem like what his deck is supposed to do. And he's actually going to mulligan down to 5 now.
Actually, kind of surprised he would mulligan a hand like that, assuming he could actually cast the Sylvan Caryatid.
It looked like he could. I think he only had 2 lands and no way to, like, draw more cards. I don't know how the deck plays out, so it's really hard for me to say, like, what hand is a keep and what hand should be mulliganed. It clearly wasn't obvious to me.
It wasn't
that obvious. Last hand there didn't look like an obvious mulligan either. So
he must know exactly. Maybe
I know he's been playing this deck for a few weeks now, so he certainly knows better than us what is a keep and what is not.
Okay.
I see 2 Caryatids there.
Yeah, looks like he won the roll. I would imagine that, like, a 5-color deck probably doesn't mulligan terribly well, but it seems like he's got ideally what he could hope for on a mold of 5.
Yeah.
Looks like a couple Caryatids, a green starting land. That's kind of as much as you can hope for. And does he have a second land? I don't know. Oh, he does.
Yeah. So this hand seems reasonable. It does look like a bunch of Caryatid though.
Yeah. But he had just plucked a Commune with the Gods that's going to kind of get his engine going.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I mean, he could get a Chromanticore, like, pull a Chromanticore this turn and, like, off the... Or, not Chromanticore, sorry, Soul Flare this turn and put a couple cards in the graveyard, and he's off to a great start. Unfortunately, Commune does not get a land, but he does find the Soul Flare. Chooses to...
There's a Freaka in the yard.
And a Freaka in the yard. Ooh, and he has another land play for this turn. I think we're going to see some fireworks this turn.
Yeah, I don't... Remember that Joseph is playing Mardu, and Joseph does have 4 Crackling Dooms. So, like, even if Nick does assemble the combo, so to say, Joseph does have ways out of it.
Actually, if he draws an untapped land this turn, he could just jam a Chromanticore right now. And that seems like it'd be, not bad, because if Joseph ends up having, like, a Stoke the Flames or something that he's expecting to kill the Chromanticore, then the Soul Flare next turn is just going to most likely take over.
Well, he can get the Soul Flare indestructible by exiling the Freak in the yard.
Yeah, but I guess if he's I guess maybe he might already know what Joseph's playing and wants to play around Crackling Doom as much as possible. But it looks like that Rabble Master is actually pretty.
Oh, this Soren's going to be pretty good too.
I mean, one of the biggest problems with a deck like Nicholas's is that you have to spend so many cards in your deck to get it to do what you need it to do. That you just don't have room for removal in your deck to be able to deal with cards like Rabble Master that can essentially just win the game on its own. It really doesn't need a whole lot of help.
So Joseph's gaining 7 here. And
how did he cast the? Is there an Urborg in play that I'm not seeing? Or
it's a cave. It's a cave under the mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, it just says land in there, so
Yeah.
it kind of looks like it might just be a plains.
I'm not sure I like blocking the Rabble Master with the Caryatid. Like, I think you want access to that mana.
Yeah. Well, here comes a Soul Flare with, I'm guessing, Hexproof and Indestructible, but I guess you probably don't want to do both. Okay, so he's going to go with the Indestructible route. And Hexproof.
Yeah. I think it's fine, like...
I guess it avoids, I mean, obviously game 1 he's not going to get Glare Heresy. Well, he couldn't get Glare Heresy anyway.
It's got...
Is there a exile removal spell that's targeted that he would care about?
There's Utter End, and there's 2 of them in
Okay.
Joseph's board, but that's, not main, so...
I mean, that's still reasonable. But I think this is going to be a pretty easy Crackling Doom. And
Does he have it?
Oh, I thought you said he did.
Oh, no, he has it in his deck. I don't know if he has it in his hand. I think if he had it in his hand, it would have been played by now. It would have been one of those, yeah, I got it. You're in trouble. So
Well, if he doesn't have it this turn, that's going to be pretty brutal because Nick can just jam a or he needs to. I guess he needs another untapped source to be able to jam a Chromanticore next turn.
Well, I think what Joe needs to do now is his plan needs to be chump block Soul Flare, if he can. This is not something I like. So I would want to try and chump block Soul Flare as much as I can, so you can ultimate Soren, and that's going to put Nick in an awkward situation where he's going to lose a creature every turn. He can't really build this, beast of a creature because it's going to die eventually. But now one of the Rabble Masters has to attack, and all the tokens have to attack.
So Nick just gets to eat a Rabble Master here, and probably block a token.
So I would probably block a token. Did we not activate Soren pre-combat either?
Doesn't look like it because it should already be at 5.
Yeah.
So
Rabble Master's down. Joseph takes... Nick takes 3.
is he just gonna miss the? Oh nope, he's gonna make it. Maybe he's thinking he needs to make a 2/2 to block their Chromanticore this turn, or the Soul Flare this turn.
It doesn't fly, though.
That's right, it doesn't.
Yeah, I think he's just realizing he made a mistake, and now he's not sure, if he, lost the value of, the plus, and now he feels obligated to do the minus play, which I think, sometimes if you make a mistake, you just still need to do the right play even after it, instead of, making a choice that...
Ooh, that's a Plains.
That is a Plains.
Unfortunately, Chromanticore, I believe, costs 6 to bestow, or is it 7?
I don't.
I believe it just costs 1 extra, but it costs all of the colors, which he does have access to, right? Currently.
So, do you like attacking into Soren right now? Just to force the chump?
So the downside of not attacking.
I mean, you can just play Chromanticore second main too. It looks like he's just going to play Chromanticore and pass.
So Chromanticore has Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink.
We should just look it up. We should Honestly, I don't remember.
I believe it's 4 abilities: Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, and First Strike.
That sounds correct. That's flying too. I know that.
And Flying. So maybe it's 5 abilities. Yeah, Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, and Lifelink.
What is the bestow for? 7?
Bestows for 7.
2 work.
So he's still a couple turns away. Alright, and so Stoke the Flames. Was that an end of turn Stoke? Yeah, it looks like
stoke the Chromanticore.
Oh, so
We're making more flyers. I think he's just going to try and win in the air.
win as quickly as possible.
Which I think is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, because if he actually is able to stick a Chromanticore,
Hardcast another
hardcast
Chromanticore.
another Chromanticore.
So yeah,
And
if there's no Stoke here, Joseph's kind of in trouble.
And that was another land.
So he's got land. What's the last card? Is it a third land, or is it a?
I'm guessing it's not a relevant spell because I would assume he would just cast it right away.
So Nick's at 9. How much damage can Joseph get in? He can get in just for 5 plus 4 is 9, but then they're going to gain 4.
He's going to gain 4 from the Chromanticore.
So, yeah, I think you just have to plus and pass the. Well, you have to attack with the Goblin tokens.
So
yeah,
let's
it's
see.
kind of awkward because you have to attack with the tokens, and you're going to lose 2, and he's going to gain 4 no matter what.
Yeah, so you kind of have to plus this turn, swing with everything. He's going to block the Chromanticore probably on the.
I think I would block Chromanticore on the flyer,
and
Soul
then
Flare
Soul
on
Flare on the
Rebel
Rebel Master.
Yeah.
And then he gets through 2, 4, 6,
7 for the other token plus
7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
10 damage.
So Nick would end up
And
going
then-
to 3. Oh, it's another Rebel Master.
Okay.
So that
So it
Nick would
adds
now
an
next just going to go
extra
down to 2.
Well, no, because he gains. He takes 10, gains 4, so yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So. Well, he's going to go down to 2, but now. I mean. Joseph really needs. Like a burn spell here, which we kind of know he doesn't have. 1 card left in hand.
So flyers.
So he's going to go down to 2, back up to 6.
Yeah. Chromanticore needs to go on Vampire Token, and Soul Flare needs to go on Rebel Master. I think that's really the only way to handle it. But Nick's also going to get to gain 4 again and still have the Chromanticore back because it has Vigilance.
Huh. He's putting a soul. Is he putting a Soul Flare on a token? This could be. I mean, the Chromanticore does have First Strike, but he's just asking to get his Chromanticore killed
there's
by
no reason, right? There's
by
2
Valorous Stance.
We got 2 damage versus 1 damage.
Well, I guess if he had Valorous Stance, he would just kill the Chromanticore.
Right.
So.
So that's 1, 2. Well, yeah, it's 3 damage versus 2 damage. Like, I don't really understand why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he took an extra damage.
Yeah, I don't. And you want to get rid of more flyers because you don't have a way to deal with the flyers.
Yeah. Well, this is a pretty easy attack, Sworn with the Chromanticore.
Yeah, I mean, I still think he's going to win. I think he's likely to win unless Joseph rips a Stoke, but.
Does Stoke the Flames even... Yeah, I guess it would do it.
Yeah. I
mean-
we got another Chromanticore? Or a Shaman, maybe? Yeah, it's a
Okay.
Shaman. Which is going to be good because the Chromanticore now gets to be 5 power.
Yeah.
But I think that only... I don't think that counts if he hits the Sorin. I think it only counts
Yeah,
if
it
it's
only
the player.
counts if he...
He should be at 5. Let me make sure they know he's supposed to be at 5. I think he just misflipped. You're at 5, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Alright, so Nick's at 5. And now he has another blocker. Which actually might be relevant. Depending. So he needs to essentially get through. If he drew any burn spell, he needs to get through 2.
But remember, Chronocar has first strike and lifelink. Like, so the first strike is pretty well.
Well, I'm saying if he, like, 2 total damage.
Sure.
Okay.
Scry something to the bottom.
But he's got to bash in anyway. You're definitely just attacking with everything. Unless you think, like, you can lose 3 goblins. And still...
I mean, you're losing 3 goblins. Plus your opponent's gaining 4 life. Like, I guess they only gain 2 life. Because the damage.
Yeah. So maybe you just...
I think you have to jam with everything and just like hope you rip something. So if we attack with everything, we put Chromanticore on a vampire, we put Soul Flare on Rabblemaster, and we put Shaman of the Great Hunt on a token.
Mm-hmm.
So that's taking 6,
1, 2, 3,
gaining 4. We go to
6.
4, right? No, go to 3.
Okay. And then take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Go down to 3.
Go down to 3. So
And the Rabblemaster.
I believe he bottomed the card that he scryed. But now Nick's going to go up to 7, and I don't think that there is anything that can get Joseph out of this situation. Ooh, and there's another Soul Flare with a Sagu Mauler going to the bin. And I believe he killed a Chromanticore earlier,
yeah.
so
we're going to have a hexproof Chromanticore.
yeah.
So,
Which seems pretty good, but also highly unnecessary at this point in the game.
I mean, I think you probably just cast it anyways. Like, I mean, maybe you don't have to, but
Has the Sylvan Caryatid been tapped?
it was tapped last
Every-
turn. I think.
Oh, I guess because he didn't want to take the 1 damage.
Yeah,
He's taking a
it's
damage.
like saving a damage or take
either
1
way,
damage.
yeah.
Yeah,
Because there's a chance like he doesn't attack.
we're getting in with the Shaman. I think that's fine. I don't know if it's really necessary. Putting counters on our dudes. And I think second main we're going to follow up with the other Soul Flare.
Yeah.
Romanticor,
Yeah.
Saga Mauler, and then
Really
any
wishes.
4 cards.
Really wishes that other Shaman of the Great Hunt was in the bin instead of in his hand right now. That's the last card in his hand, so that it could have been a hasty. Soul Flare, but I think the game is basically
So he's just putting the exile cards under the Soul Flare so
yeah.
he can remember which one has what stuff on it.
Yeah. Alright. Believe
So what can be
this is gonna
drawn
be a
here?
draw and a scoop.
Okay.
Alright, so interesting game 1. It looks like Joseph kind of just flooded out
Yeah.
there. He made a couple questionable attacks we may not have agreed with, but
I think
for
just
the most part,
the only thing
he
was
didn't have a whole lot of
playing
decisions.
that other Rabblemaster when he did.
Yeah.
I think if you play the other Rabblemaster second main, you get to attack with both Rabblemasters the following turn, and then you have Nick must block both of your gigantic Rabblemasters. They were both going to die anyways, but I think maybe that way you get 1 extra token out of it. I'm not sure. Yeah, you would probably get 1 extra token.
Yeah.
Which could have been relevant. Like, the life totals were really close. So Joseph has Thoughtseize, which isn't actually that good, but if you do Thoughtseize the Soul Flare, that's That's pretty good. He only has one though. He has Glare, which does kill, which exiles from Manticore,
Yep.
which you probably just play. Elspeth, which also seems good, kills anything with destroy four power dudes.
Assuming it's not already indestructible.
As long as it's not indestructible.
Yeah.
The Hexproof seems more prevalent than indestructibility. Like, for indestructibility, there's Keranos and Farika and Xenago. So there's only 3 things that can make it indestructible.
Deflecting Palm also might not be the worst option.
Right.
You get to just kind of prevent the I believe it's prevent the damage to you and then redirect it back at him. It seems like a lot of these you're going to kind of be racing against the combo deck and making sure you're essentially going off before you kill him before he's able to go off and make a sweet Chromatic Core.
What do you think about
Or a sweet.
end hostilities and anger from Joseph? So, anger, it seems kind of unorthodox, but if you look at Nick's deck list, he has 11, like, dorks. The Satyr Wayfinder you don't care about killing, but the Caryatid and the Elvish Mystic, if you slow this deck down on mana, like, if it doesn't have Sylvan Caryatid, it all of a sudden it's very hard to cast its spells.
Yep.
And it exiles them. So, like, they're not going to be able to just get value hexproof on their soul flares from the Caryatid being there.
It also kills Shaman of the Great Hunt after, even if it's dealt damage to you.
Yeah, I mean, it seems bad, but like after looking at the deck list, it actually looks pretty good to me.
Yeah. I think that it's completely reasonable.
We also have end hostilities from Joseph. It's just kind of weird. It doesn't feel like Joseph really wants to be the control deck against this deck that is like has indestructible creatures. Like, what happens if I guess it might actually make sense, because if he boards in enough Wraths, then his Crackling Dooms become really good against the indestructible things, the indestructible and the hexproof things, and the Wraths are already good against the hexproof things. I just don't know if he knows enough about Nick's deck to know how this plays out, how he should sideboard. Because I think I would be boarding in the Angers and the End Hostility. I just board in all the removal and become more of a control deck.
Okay. So what about Nicholas here? His sideboard, he has a Circle of the Flame, which actually seems pretty good against specifically Rabblemaster.
It's very good against Rabblemaster.
But at the
and
same
Borderling
time...
Empress, which you probably should assume Joseph has.
True. But I actually wonder if that's the specific reason that you bring it in, because like it doesn't really kill the Rabblemaster,
Right.
and the Rabblemaster still gets the pump from the things attacking.
Right. Actually, it doesn't, right? Because the active player's trigger goes on the stack first, and then Circle Flame trigger goes on top of that. So the token's going to die before Rabblemaster's trigger resolves, so Rabblemaster's going to see 0 attacking goblins. But whatever, like, it's still 2 damage versus 3 damage. It's possible that Nick boards in more gods that are indestructible. I don't really know. Glaire's probably coming in because of Chain of the Rocks.
Yeah, I mean, indestructible. Like, it's so hard because Joseph's answers are so varied. He has Chain to the Rocks if you make it indestructible.
Yeah.
And he has Crackling Doom if you make it hexproof.
And
so
we'll have Wrath too, like if for hexproof things. Like,
so like it really kind of depends on what he thinks he's going to see out of it. I mean, Crackling Doom seems like a really good card in this matchup specifically.
Seems very strong.
Let's see. We also have 3 Bile Blights. That seems like something you probably want to bring in. You might bring in a Glare Heresy.
I think you do.
Seems reasonable against like Elspeth.
There's white creatures, plus there's Chain.
Yeah.
If he knows about the Crackling Dooms, the Swan Song, he has 2 Swan Song and 3 Negate that he can bring in, which are probably good. But I don't know if he knows enough about the lists.
But the problem with bringing all these sideboard cards in is we see a lot of really good ones to bring in. But at the same time, the more cards that you take out of your...
So Nick has a 1-lander with a Satyr Wayfinder, a Sylvan Caryatid, and a Monastery Siege. I don't know if I can keep that on the draw. I don't know how many lands is he playing. If he was like playing 27 lands, maybe, but like he can't. He's got 3 Mystic, 4 Caryatid.
So he's playing 23 lands, but he's also playing 3 Mystic. And if he has Windswept Teeth, then
he kept it. I don't think I would keep it. But if he hits a land, oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Hand's
that's
very
all-
good now.
Yeah, that's all we needed. I mean, you got to think about it that he also has the 3 Mystic, and since he has Windswept Heath is in his opening hand,
Yeah.
he is essentially drawing 2. Those work just the same as a land, unless he doesn't draw it the first turn.
Like, his hand's fine now. Like, he just needed a land or a mystic on the first 2 turns. Because, like, the Monastery Siege will help him get to where he needs to be. And he just drew a coast, too. So he's
Okay.
plenty good on mana now.
Yeah. So I wonder if you play which one you're playing first.
I play the
guess
Caryatid first.
Caryatid makes
Because you
more
can power out
sense.
something that's 4 cost. I don't know what he has. Or he could play Satyr Wayfinder plus Commune next turn. Which seems pretty good.
So if Joseph has Crackling Doom here, do you think you just Crackling Doom and get rid of it? Because it seems like Sylvan Caryatid is probably one of the best.
I probably don't. I think you can just get rid of the threat. Also depends on what else he has in hand, what he boarded.
I mean, I think he just passed.
Yeah, which that surprises me. Like, if he wasn't going to do anything, I think I would have Crackling Doom main phase. It's like 5 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Seems pretty good to me.
So Nick has the option right now of doing Satyr Wayfinder or Commune with the Gods, or he could just play Monastery Siege too, which doesn't seem too bad right now. And then tap land.
Okay, yeah, the tap line. I knew
So-
he drew Yavimaios, but I guess the Opulent Palace is what he drew this turn.
Yeah, I mean he's not under a whole lot of pressure right now, so like resolving the Monastery Siege and starting to, really start digging through your deck and finding the cards you need to make sure you stabilize.
Yeah.
Now would be a
Draw
really
2.
good turn to draw Bile Blight. And there goes the
Chromantic
Chromanticore. Does he have Soul Flare in hand? Because I believe that would be 1, 2,
He
cost
could have
6.
cast. He could have cast that Chromanticore this turn. So what else is he doing that's better than that?
I think he's going to make. I think he's Soul Flaring this turn. Or
He completely
But he
whiffed
completely
on that
whiffed.
on that commune. He flipped 2 communes and 3 lands.
Yeah.
Granted, he didn't want the lands, but so I guess you just play Wayfinder now.
yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like casting Soul Flare there,
Or casting
Chromanticore is just really good.
Would have
Right?
been. I think he has one in hand too. So maybe he doesn't feel like he's under enough pressure. He really wants to get his game-winning combo on the battlefield.
So there's a Wayfinder. Probably now wishing he cast the Wayfinder first.
Of
and
course.
It's not many deck lists that play 2 Urborg, but I guess with the deck that mills itself like crazy and can loot, it
Yeah.
doesn't really hurt to play 2.
I wonder, in general, what it's better to play first, the Satyr Wayfinder or the Commune with the Gods.
Well, I think I think it's right to play the Commune first because you could have hit a Soul Flare.
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't have wanted to even bother casting the Satyr Wayfinder that turn.
Just
I'm
an
just-
attack
what
from
it-
Joseph.
I just don't know what Joseph's doing. What's in his hand? It's just a bunch of burn?
Or a bunch of high drops. Maybe this is a post-combat Butcher of the Horde because he doesn't want to sack one of his Seekers to...
Possibly. He doesn't have any Outpost Siege in the sideboard, does he? No. Yeah, I don't know
what his
this
hand looks
is.
like. Yeah. His hand might just be a
So
bunch of
it's
Stoke
just,
the Flames.
just as a butcher.
And there's a
There's
Bile
Bile
Blight,
Blight.
which is significantly worse now.
It's still pretty good.
I mean, he only gets to kill one of the Seekers with the Butcher of the Horde in play.
Oh, that's right. Well, let's see if they catch that.
Yeah.
Because I did not think about that initially.
Urborg makes Bile Blight much easier
Yeah.
to cast. this turn. But I mean, I think you jam. He has. I think he has 2 Chromanticores in hand. I think you just jam both or one of the Chromanticores this turn. I agree with you. I think he should have played one a while ago. But playing a Chromanticore this turn means you get to bestow a Chromanticore next turn. Let's see if he sees it.
No.
Oh, no.
That's
unfortunate.
That's not good.
And now it's going to be Butcher the Horde versus Chromanticore, which is not the.
Well, can't cast Chromanticore yet, so.
And also,
all
I
it's going
think
to take.
Stoke
I
the
see 2
Flames.
Utterance in his hand,
Oh.
in Joseph's hand, which is probably why he hasn't been casting anything. And Utterance going to be pretty good here. Yeah, I think this Monastery Siege is really good in this deck. Like, it's really what he wants
It's
to
actually
do.
been performing really well. It's just he really needs to find something a little more relevant. I think he picked up a Sagu Mauler. Oh, there's Windswept Heath.
Sagumel's not bad.
I have to imagine this turn he's got to play the Chromanticore, though. See, the thing I liked about casting Chromanticore last turn is that Joseph was tapped out, so now if he casts Chromanticore and Joseph has a Stoke the Flames, it's like... Or just anything. Like, it would have cost Joseph his entire last turn, whereas now he gets to just kind of, do it at end step.
Stoke the face, and then untap.
Yeah.
Untap Utter End.
And that's going to be the game.
Or, nope, just
Or
Stoke
just
the face
double
again. Don't even have to
Stoke
show. That's probably better. Don't have to show that you have Utter Ends in your deck.
Yeah, it makes it harder for Nick to sideboard for game 3.
So, yeah, I think it was weird, that game. Like, I wasn't sure what Joseph was doing, but the fact that his hand was just chock full of removal made the game make more sense. I think if I was Nick, I probably would have kept that Chromanticore and just cast it. The turn that he discarded.
Yeah.
It. Like, it's fine to just take one and force your opponent to deal with it. I mean, even if it's just taking a Stoke, like, it's still like gaining 4 life.
Yeah.
So that's perfectly fine. Oh, there we go.
Alright, we're back. We had to center our table a little bit more there for a sec. Alright, so going into game 3, drawing 7. Who do you like here in game 3 after kind of seeing how that last game played out?
I think Joseph definitely has the tools in his sideboard to deal with this matchup. I think some people don't, but the fact that he has Crackling Dooms makes a huge difference. And I don't know exactly how he sideboarded, but if he sideboarded the way I think he should, I think it's actually in pretty good shape.
I'd have to agree. Looks like not a whole lot going on for Nick at the start of this game, but I think he has Monastery Siege into into
I
a
saw a
Soul
Freaka and a
Flare.
Soul Flare, right?
Yeah, Soul Flare in hand. So
I think there was a Freaka in hand too.
all right,
So we're gonna get Luton.
using his own Urborg so he doesn't have to fetch with his Windswept Heath. Save him a little bit of life. Ooh, another 2 Monastery Sieges in play. Seems like it could be kind of sweet.
Yeah, it does seem really good for him. It's Outburst.
But this is a pretty aggressive draw
Yeah. So we get in
From-
for 2.
from Joe. We'll have to see if Nick can draw some good things to discard.
There's a 3rd Siege.
Alright, so... Oh, Xenagos. Xenagos seems real sweet when it's in play. Alright, there's a
I
mana
think now we
confluence.
we're still one off of being able to Soul Flare this turn, so I think he just cast Shaman, but he needs to take
I
one.
almost kind of want to play another Monastery Siege so that I can discard Shaman of the Great Hunt and draw an extra card, potentially
Hopefully get a Chromatic
Chromatic
Core, just so you have the
and-
hasty,
Yeah, because you'll have
Lifelinker.
indestructible, hasty, basically the perfect combo.
Yeah,
And
I can see that.
even though he's under a lot of pressure right now, I think it alleviates more pressure.
Sure. I was just thinking you can still get the Shaman in your graveyard just by blocking, or like absorbing a burn spell, which
No,
is going to save
no.
you some damage.
That seems
Yeah, he seems to be
Alright.
running that play. I can see the merits of both players, and again, I think it's probably really hard for us to determine what is most optimal without having actually
Played
playing
the
the deck.
deck,
'Cause
yeah.
the deck is
Have you even seen the deck in
yeah. I
being
mean,
played before?
Nick plays it at F&M, and I've seen other people play it at F&M up at Santa Barbara. So I'm familiar with the deck. I know what it does. It's just I could probably play it, but I don't think I could play it optimally without having played
Yeah.
several games with it.
I see Joseph is actually also took use of the Urborg last turn, tapping his Bloodstain Mire
Yeah.
for black. It's always good to see when,
So yeah, it just
People are
it
paying
gained him
attention.
4 life. The
which is pretty good right now. And
Seder Wayfinder.
But
So he can Seder Wayfinder and Soul
Chromatic Core
and Soul Flare.
and Soul Flare.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which seems I think that's probably the play, because you could put something really good in your graveyard with the Seder Wayfinder.
yeah,
We discarded a siege.
yeah.
I think we
Which-
had 2 sieges left in hand too, right?
Oh, he must have.
I think he drew another the 3rd, so
Yeah.
I think there's 2 in his hand still.
All right, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That was-
He's gonna take.
Not what he wanted.
No. All right. So now, do you play a Soul Flare? Sorry. Excuse me.
I don't. I think
Here,
you
if you don't
have
have
to
the
just as a
lifelink?
4/4, but like it's just not good, right? Does he have any other options? You have to stem the bleeding right now.
He could pay a life and cast another siege if he thinks he's not going to die this turn. But he's going to go for.
I don't think there's any. I think you leave the shaman in the yard because you don't
Yeah.
want to give it haste, and it could be relevant later.
Yeah, which he's doing.
Yeah.
He's just going to make an indestructible 4/4. And hope he doesn't get crackling doomed.
Yeah, and I don't think Joseph has Crackling Doom, but he very well could have. I mean, he has basically six cards that deal with a Crackling Doom and 2 Utter Ends,
Yep.
and I think he just drew an Utter End.
Yep, and he can't snap it off fast enough. Get in for
5. It's gonna.
5. Oh,
I
or
think
he
that's
could
probably
block
right.
an extra 2. Yeah, he wants more cards in the graveyard
Yeah.
to make it easier to
So we're at
cast
9
Soul
now.
Flare if he plucks Chromatic Core Soul Flare off the top.
So we got a Caryatid.
So now, do you play?
He needs to discard a card.
Yeah. I think Joseph might have realized. Yeah. That card does not say draw 2.
Nick, you didn't discard.
Luckily for the camera, we can go back and fix this. And so this turn, yeah, Joseph's a little flustered right now. He used the. Oh, I guess he has to use a pay a life either way. Ooh, and
It's not lethal, but it's
not
very
lethal
close.
yet,
Close.
but
So we'll put him at 1, correct? No, put him at 2.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't
So
matter what
is the
he blocks
siege
here.
actually on the other ability?
I don't know. He has 1-on-1 and 1-on-2. I don't know how people are kind
Yeah.
of.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So. Draw 2. That's a bit of a whiff.
So that's the game.
Yeah.
So Joseph is gonna go to 3-1. Nick, both of them are still alive. Nick's 2-1-1. Joseph 3-1. Yeah, I would like to see the Chromanticore deck more. It's interesting.
It's very interesting. I feel like he. I don't know. I felt like there could have been more stuff he could have. Or a couple decisions he could have made differently in that game.
I think that second
but-
siege he cast on the other one, it should have been on the draw cards again, right? Unless I just don't know what that card does.
I think he's maybe thinking that if Joseph has like another Utter End in hand, then that's like the big thing is
Yeah.
that
He won't be able to cast it.
Yeah, but
But you need to build your thing first, anyways.
yeah, he didn't even have
Sometimes you
two
just gotta.
builds, so
I guess it's kind of crossing your fingers in one direction or another. All right, so I'm gonna go scour the floor, see if there's another match we can pick up. I think it's kind of late in the round, so we
yeah.
might not be ready yet, but we will see.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, guys. It's Michael Carter and John Bott in the booth, and we have Brady Miller versus Grant Kane. Brady Miller being on an Abzan aggro deck, and what's Grant Kane on?
Looks like we're going to be doing a bit of a mirror match here, except Grant's in the more controlling route
Gotcha.
with quite a few more planeswalkers and end hostilities. Basically being the Abzan control deck.
So yeah, I think we watched this a little earlier of Abzan control versus Abzan aggro. Actually, it was your match, and control deck lost.
I'm told that the control deck it's supposed to be a fairly easy win for the control deck, but I just feel like sometimes the Abzan aggro deck, if it can stick a couple threats and the control deck's busy just killing one a turn,
Yep.
you just kind of take pot shots here and there until eventually you just kind of die because every one of the threats of the Abzan aggro deck has very long staying power.
Yeah. So like late game, the Abzan, if the aggro deck does go late game, any of those 2-drops can become so powerful. Even the 1-drop, like Fleece Mainline, Monstrous is good, but Rakshasa Death Dealer late game, if you have like 8 lands, is crazy, and the 1-drop, whatever his name is, Warden of the First Tree, can get out of hand.
Yeah, so I understand you played quite a bit of Abzan aggro. You just kind of started playing a little bit of the Abzan control. In the STG where you went quite deep in, did you play against the control deck much with your Abzan aggro deck?
I never played against the Abzan control deck. I was supposed to, but it was against a friend, and he decided to concede to me day 2 because we thought my deck had a better matchup
Did he
against
think?
the field.
Did he think that he was advantaged overall in the matchup?
Yeah, I agree that the control deck should be favored. At least when me and him play tested it, we thought the control deck crushed.
Okay, so some interesting choices here in Grant Kane's deck. He has a main deck Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, and a main deck Garruk, Apex Predator.
That's good.
Seems really good in this matchup, actually. Ajani, I was always a big fan of, but a lot more when the deck used to have Sylvan Caryatid in it, because you could just plus on the Sylvan Caryatid and put it out of, be able to block the Siege Rhinos, which ended up being very, very useful, and they just had no removal spells to deal with it. Only 1 end hostilities in this main deck. How do you think? And then 2 Tassadors. Yeah, it looks pretty standard. Actually, he is playing Sorin Solemn Visitor. I've heard kind of both sides of that. In the control deck, having Sorin, I think that's probably one of his weaker cards against the aggro deck.
I think it's just I'm on the side of I don't think the control deck should have it because it doesn't have as many creatures anymore, and I really think the whole matchup is if the aggro deck can get a fast start and just put it away before the control deck can start playing its bigger threats.
How big of an impact do you think being on the play is in this matchup?
I think it's probably one of the most important things actually in this matchup. If the aggro deck isn't on the play, then the control deck has a huge edge, especially if they're playing Warden.
So what creatures did Brady decide to go with in
He's
his
playing no
deck?
Warden. He's got the regular 4 Fleeceman, 4 Rakshasa, 4 Anafenza, and 4 Siege Rhino. And then the aggro decks now are playing Whisperwood Elemental, which is pretty interesting. But our game's underway. And was Brady on the play? I believe so.
Yeah, Brady was on the play.
Who's
Started
the
with
aggro deck?
Forest. Forest go. Grant is mulling over a scry decision here. It looks like it's actually a pretty decent decision. I'm seeing
Grant has a decent amount of lands, yeah.
decent amount of lands and some really heavy hitters. Not a lot of early game removal. So I think if Brady is able to come out with some early creatures, he could lock up this game pretty quickly. But
This Thoughtseize.
But a Thoughtseize on turn 2 is not really where Brady wants to be. He really wants to play his 2-drop on turn 2 and then be able to Thoughtseize the next turn and play another 2-drop. That's really how the aggro deck seems to win this matchup.
But this hand from Grant Kane, you take that. You can just, I guess, if you probably want to take the downfall because you probably have a removal spell, but it's a pretty slow hand from Grant.
Yeah, I guess it really
I don't know if did Grant top.
No, he bought him.
Okay, then
He
that's a
bought him
good
the
sign,
card. Brady takes the Elspeth here. I think Brady wants to kind of play a longer game. His hand's probably not as quick. Maybe he has a Whisperwood Elemental and a Tasker or something in his hand, and he really just wants to be able to have his kind of later game card, and then just try to go toe to toe with Grant's cards, and kind of hope he doesn't draw a lot of his really big late game cards. But turn 3 Anafenza is not bad for Brady.
It gives Grant, unless he had all tap lands, an opportunity just to downfall, which is... Or did he... He took the Elspeth, right?
Yeah, he took the Elspeth. Still has Downfall in hand. I actually don't mind this too much from Brady, but I don't like this pass here. If Brady has like a Valorous stance or anything, and Grant goes to Hero's Downfall the Anafenza, he could be in a lot of trouble. I believe Brady has a Siege Rhino for this turn. He's going to get in for a 4. Okay,
He's using the Abzan Charm
going with the
instead.
Abzan Charm.
That's interesting.
I don't know if I like using Abzan Charm.
It gives away
Here.
a card
There's-
from your hand that Brady never saw.
Yeah, and like Abzan Charm just is so versatile in this matchup. Like, this is one of the matchups where you can actually hold up Abzan Charm to put counters on your own creatures, to kind of win combat when they're not expecting it. And you know, the exile ability is just, when you have a Hero's Downfall, I think you probably just want to cast it on your turn, and then kind of let Brady play another threat and decide what you're going to do from there.
The reason behind I can see Grant is like if he's worried about like a Planeswalker of some sort, because he's probably pretty bad off against a Resolved, maybe a Sorin or even a Nissa. Some of them have been playing Nissa main board lately, some Abzan aggro decks.
And I guess Brady does have 2 Sorin Solemn Visitor. Alright, Grant's going to scry here from a Temple. Look at his hand. He's got quite a few lands in hand,
Yeah.
so really just looking for some sort of action. But I think you definitely, if he doesn't have another removal spell, I think you had to
He has the Downfall.
Downfall there
Oh, right there.
before he untaps,
untaps.
because
I agree.
like a Valorous stance here is just such a huge blowout. But maybe he wants Brady to use a Valor stance so that his Siege Rhino is safe.
Brady does have one Valor stance in the main. There's that Sorin we were talking about. Now he has a real decision to make.
Yeah. So Brady's gonna make
That's
2/2.
smart. The life doesn't really matter too much here.
I guess just giving Grant the option to kill the Sorin. He'd obviously much rather Grant use that downfall on the Sorin than the Siege Rhino.
Well, at least the way he played it,
But
he wanted that to happen.
but
I don't know if that actually is what you
Yeah.
want. I think I would much rather have the Sorin over the Siege Rhino.
Yeah, it really depends. It's going to take another 2 turns for Brady to get any realistic value out of the Sorin. Maybe Grant kind of... Grant just kind of understands that it's going to take a while for the Sorin to get
Use some value.
get value, and in order to really deal with this Siege Rhino, Brady's going to have something. Looks like Brady just drew a Whisperwood Elemental, and I think he has Abzan Charm in hand.
Abzan Charm's pretty good here.
Yeah, I guess with all of the removal that Brady has in his deck, that I think maybe killing the Sorin might have been a little better.
Yeah, when I played aggro, I would want my Sorin instead of a Rhino. Every spell kills the Rhino in the Abzan control deck. Nothing kills the Sorin really, besides Downfall or a creature.
Looks like Brady's hand's actually pretty stacked if he draws one
One
more
more
land. He's got 2 Whisperwood Elementals.
I know Brady is only playing one Valor stance, and after playing in that tournament as Abzan aggro, I know I wanted at least 2, maybe 3, just because it does literally everything you want it to. That's an interesting.
Yeah, so Brady goes for a second Vampire, maybe realizing he's playing against the control deck, just trying to get 2 flyers that hopefully he can end the game with. Almost like having a Wingmate Rock. That's kind of what I feel like the aggro deck used to do, is just kind of play a couple flyers, which especially when their power is that low. Grant just doesn't have a lot of good ways to deal with 2/2/2 flyers, and Brady just doesn't want to plus his Soren to have a hero's downfall.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like really waiting to attack or waiting for letting Grant attack with that Siege Rhino because there is the off chance that they do play Wingmate Rock, and so waiting for him to attack and then Abzan Charming is a little curious. But
I mean, it also could have been like Grant went to attack and Brady said before you
sure.
attack. We don't know exactly what happened, but we do know that Grant does not have any Wingmate Rocks in his main deck, or in his sideboard for that matter.
So this is an interesting turn. I don't know what we have contemplated.
I know we have a couple lands. I know there's a Courser. I think you want to play the Courser and start getting some life back, but maybe he's going to play an Elspeth? Ooh,
Interesting.
that's pretty good. It's not great against this board state. This is one of the few board states where Elspeth just doesn't end the game right away. Brady's going to draw. I think it was a Thoughtseize. Looked like a new Thoughtseize.
Yep, going right for it.
Yeah, gonna take a peek what he's got left.
Courser Downfall.
All right. So I'm guessing you probably just take the downfall here. Like, your Grant's at a huge life total. You really need to kill that Elspeth, and he doesn't really have an opportunity to, doesn't have. If for some reason his other flyer is able, or if both flyers die, then that Elspeth is just going to take over the game.
There's a land from Grant, so he's got his Courser and his land. Brady really wants, I think, that fifth land. He can kill Elspeth next turn and then have blockers for all these 1/1s because he's at a pretty low life total with his Whisper Wail, and then only gets 2 blockers.
One of the kind of the big problems with the Abzan aggro deck has always been that it costs you a lot of life because you have to play a lot more untapped sources that cause you pain. So it makes things like even though Brady's had a fairly reasonable draw, like he's been doing stuff the whole game, and it almost feels like he should be in a winning position right now, but he's had to take so much damage from his lands that Elspeth is kind of just
Garrick's on top of Grant's library, which is pretty nice.
I think Garrick will probably lock it up unless Brady has an immediate answer for it. I mean, he's going to get to kill the Elspeth. He probably, if he didn't draw a land, he probably has to leave back a vampire. Grant has no cards left in hand, but yeah, so he's leaving back a blocker. I believe Brady's last card that we don't know about is a Hero's Downfall. So, unfortunately,
he still gets to kill Brady's vampire.
Yeah, he kills the untapped vampire with the Garrick and gains a couple life, and then gets to put Brady to lethal to basically anything next turn. All right, Grant's thinking about what I think he's thinking about what mode he's going to use on the Garrick.
If you plus, you can get a beast minus to kill a creature and gain life equal to their toughness.
Yeah,
and then destroy a planeswalker, obviously, but not going to get to do that here.
Oh, he's just going to attack first.
That's interesting. Maybe he just wants the beast.
I guess he wants to keep the Garrick out of range of dying to another vampire in case Brady top decks like a... Well, no, because even if Brady would have top decked a Bile Blight or something to kill all the tokens.
Hero's Downfall takes care of the Garrick, but he leaves a beast behind. There's his fifth land a little late.
Yeah, but it is a green source. I think that he's just dead. He can
He goes to
block
2 to cast it. Oh no, he has
No,
a
he has Urborg, so he can block 4 things. He can block 4 things. So he puts a vampire on the 3/3, the Whisperwood on the Courser. We can't see what Grant's top card is. Yeah, Brady's just gonna scoop it up. It must be a
looks
removal spell or
multicolored
something.
or multicolored card. But Grant takes game 1, which I believe the matchup
Yeah, it was an Abzan Charm on top.
leaves is
So.
forced that way, but I guess we'll go with Brady's sideboard first, the Abzan aggro player. He's got 2 Mastery of the Unseen, another Valorous Stance, 1 Banishing Light, 2 Bile-Blight, 2 Drown in Sorrow, 2 Arcfiend of Depravity,
Oh.
1 Murder's Cut, 1 Reclamation Sage, 2 Nissas, and an Ajani Mentor of Heroes. The Arcfiends I talked over earlier is for the Devotion deck.
That's kind of sweet.
It is kinda
That's
nice.
actually really.
It's a good idea.
that's-
But
surprising.
for this match, Valor Stance seems nice. Banishing Light seems nice for all their Planeswalkers. Plus, it kind of just hits anything you need. And Nissa also seems good. Planeswalkers are pretty good against this deck.
Especially against the control deck.
And I know. Let's see how many. Brady is also playing no Bile Blights, so that's also an interesting thing. Bile Blight's terrible against the Abzan control deck, and he already had none in his main, so...
Really, I think the only reason why Nissa doesn't see a lot of main deck play is because there's so many things that do 4 damage to
Yep.
something, so you don't get the value of being able to activate it twice. That's why we see a lot of Elspeth, a lot of Sorin, a lot of Ajani, because they all, on the first turn, go right away to 5, and so they can't just get single Stoke the Flames or, Sarkhan attack it.
Unless, and like Nissa, unless you're taking advantage of the untapped forest, most of the time she's basically a 6-mana Planeswalker
Yeah.
because you need that extra land, and she also is countered pretty hard by Elspeth on her own. Kill all your lands. Pretty bad.
It's
not the
You'd
worst.
be surprised because the thing about is it doesn't deal with the Nissa, and then she just animates another land next turn. I actually found that there's a lot of situations where if you don't have a lot else going on, you can just cast Nissa on 5, animate a land, and then you untap, animate another land, and you're swinging for just tons of damage.
But let's I want to see what
So what do you think
Brady would
Brady's
have to
bringing
take
in
out.
here?
I think he's going to bring in Valor Stance, Banishing Light, and the Nissas and Ajani. But I'm not. That's what the cards that are popping out to me to bring in. But I'm not sure what he would want to take out. All the cards are awesome. Tasigur you might not want because it's pretty slow, but so are the Planeswalkers you're bringing in.
Maybe Sorin's not too great in this matchup. I mean, we saw it not really do a whole lot that game. He made 2 vampires, but it didn't really matter. Grant could just kind of take the 2 damage a turn and not really care.
Yep. I'm not sure what else.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot to take
Be
out.
interesting to see what Brady does.
I guess you could take out the Thought Seizes with the aggro deck because
Yeah.
you really don't care what they have in hand. You just kind of want the whole game for you to be drawing relevant cards that are gonna end the game quickly. I could see taking out like 1 Anafenza because having multiple in your hand can be really bad, especially if they just have a Siege Rhino you can't deal with, and Anafenza is just kind of hanging back.
Yeah, I noticed when I was playing the Abzan aggro deck that Thoughtseize was always really awkward because you want to go 2-drop. You're basically playing a tap land turn 1. Next turn you want to go 2-drop, 3-drop. Sometimes you have a 4-drop, and you never really get a nice chance unless you have 2-2-drops to cast that Thoughtseize. And you have to have an untapped land on that 3rd turn to even do that. So it's interesting. What do we have over there for Grant?
Grant has 4 Fleece Main Line, 3 Drown in Sorrow, 3 Glare Heresy, 2 Read the Bones, 1 End Hostilities, 1 Erase, 1 Back to Nature. And after talking to you guys after my match, I think it's pretty obvious what he wants to bring in here. I think he definitely wants the 3 Glare Heresies and probably the End Hostilities. I don't think any of the other cards are especially great. Maybe he brings in a Fleece Main or 2
Yeah,
if he
Fleece
has
Main's
good
decent.
cards to take out of his main deck. From his main deck, cards I'm not a big fan of: Sorin, Solemn Visitor, Read the Bones, and Thoughtseize could probably probably stand to be taken out.
That'd be the 5, right?
And that would be a
5 plus 1 Fleece Mane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good sideboard plan to me. I know Fleece Mane seems pretty good because Brady does not have Bile Blights or a very efficient way to kill it, and you can. I think the biggest problem for Grant, he just needs to get out of those first like 4 turns of the game without Brady having a crazy
How
impact on the board.
afraid are you of Mastery of the Unseen as the Abzan control deck?
Seems like it could be decent as Grant mulligans down to 6, but I don't know if you're that. I mean, this control deck doesn't play the Ugin, so he doesn't really have an answer besides. Does he have a single utter end?
Yes, one utter end.
Okay, yeah, that's what would be his only out. But yeah, it can if it goes late like that last game, and he doesn't have the Elspeth or something, it can just get out of hand. Even when he does have the Elspeth.
Yeah, I mean,
If you have mana-
Mastery is really good against Elspeth.
But most of the time, you really don't get. You get to activate it once a turn, which is it's fine. But
Did you play with it in your
I had
deck
it in
at
my
SCG?
sideboard, yeah.
And what did you?
I
What
pu-
were the matchups
I
you were
brought it
excited
in
to
against
bring it in against?
Blue Black and Sultai control the Planeswalkers version. The Sultai went back to back turns with Ugin, and it didn't matter because you can't minus to kill them all.
Yeah.
And so I had like 3 or 4 of manifested cards, and just kill. He goes Ugin minus to kill your mastery.
mastery.
Okay, I'll kill your Ugin. And then he goes Ugin plus. All right, I'll kill your Ugin, and it didn't matter.
Yeah.
It felt nice. Nice Ugins. Good card.
Ugin is a good card. I haven't got to resolve him much. I seem to just die with not a lot to be able to do. It's worded very interestingly. So the not being able to exile the colorless cards
Yeah,
is
it's pretty big.
ends up being a lot more relevant, and a big reason why I think we're starting to see a lot of Whisperwood Elemental.
Yep.
Alright, so Brady left in at least one Thoughtseize.
Left in at least 1.
Ooh, and we see a double Bile Blight hand from Grant.
Bile
Grant's hand
Blight,
is
4
really,
lands.
really does not look great. But if this is what Brady's doing on turn 2, like last game, I can't imagine you're terribly upset unless Brady's next play is Anafenza.
Yeah, if you didn't have a 2-drop there, but that's why I'm saying like the Thoughtseize can be so awkward because you do want to go 2-drop, 3-drop. But I would say Brady's deck in like the aggro version, he's not playing the 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch. You know what card I'm talking about? 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch when it attacks.
The Heir of the Wilds.
Heir of the Wilds. He's not playing that, so it's not that aggressive. But this,
Anafenza
Nice.
makes that Bile Blight very embarrassing.
unfortunately, I believe Grant drew a Glare and a Rhino, so Grant's
Oh.
drawn pretty nice so far.
Yeah, ever since the Thoughtseize, Brady's not going to be happy to see that. Well, not terribly unhappy though. I believe he has a follow-up Anafenza. But I believe Grant's Siege Rhino next turn is going to make that
It's a nice trump.
not terribly great. Alright, so Brady's paying a life
Here comes Anafenza
to
number 2.
Anafenza. And
He had a second
leaving-
Thoughtseize there.
What is he leaving up? Why is he leaving up all 3 mana? Why is he paying the life?
He's not. Urborg.
Oh, okay.
Nice little Urborg check.
Yep. And the Siege Rhino is going to be a brick wall unless Brady has a...
And this is one of those scenarios where you just really want Valor Stance. And that's why like Valor Stance kills every creature that you can't attack through.
Yeah.
And in the other way, you can just give it indestructible anytime they try to Hero's Downfall. It's just an amazing card in the aggro deck.
Yeah,
And that's why I think people are shying away from playing Vile Blight. They bump up the number of Valor Stance they have.
Yeah, it seems like a good... seems like Brady has a good plan. It's just hasn't seemed to really come together for him in these last couple of games. I do like his list. I like the Whisperwood Elemental. I played against Teamer deck earlier that had Whisperwood Elemental and just kept making creatures every turn, and I didn't draw into hostilities. So
I think it's a significant upgrade from Wingmate Rock, where a lot of the times where you're going to play your Wingmate Rock onto an empty board because you don't get to attack with it. Where if you're attacking with a creature anyways, you're probably winning, so you don't need Wingmate Rock. Whisperwood Elemental comes down and gives you 2 creatures immediately, which is pretty awesome for the aggro deck.
yeah, it looks like Brady's just been drawing lands every turn so far. But I mean, Grant didn't Did Grant attack him last turn?
I don't believe so, which means he probably drew something now
Yeah.
that can handle the Inoffensive.
And Grant has drawn very well since the Thoughtseize, and Brady not so much. But
Yeah.
just to pass here, I think Grant kind of now senses the weakness from Brady. Just kind of the land go. I mean, Grant's still at 19 life. He doesn't have a whole lot to worry about right now. He's clearly winning the race.
Yeah. Brady, it's just
Another land.
that's a lot of lands, but a lot of the cards in the matchup just aren't very impactful.
Alright, there's 4 mana. Oh, Siege
there we
Rhino.
Siege Rhino.
Alright, now we have a stirring contest.
Playing Siege Rhino in an aggro deck is so good.
And that Bile Blight is not terribly great in this situation.
Maybe Brady knew and he took out all his Fleece main lines and Rakshasa Death Dealers and brought in the world. But I'm not. He would have to bring in a lot of nonsense to do that. But it is working out. I think if I was Brady and if Grant had any other card in that Thoughtseize hand, I would take any other card. I guess he could double Bile Blight your guy, but take any other card besides Bile Blight when he
I think they're
Thoughtseize
pretty happy if he's spending 2 Bile Blights on one of your creatures,
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
So now Grant's actually in somewhat of a predicament. Like, that Siege Rhino, just the huge life swing. Oh, this is a block.
Snap block.
Alright. So we're doing some
Interesting.
trading.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, I don't think Grant realized that
Nothing happens.
that nothing happens. Unless he did it after damage. Yeah,
Oh,
they did it
after damage.
after damage.
That makes sense.
Um,
He has a. He did that because he has another Rhino
Oh, okay.
in his hand, but that seems pretty aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, like, his hand is set up as such. His hand is set up as such that, like, he's gonna win the long game, and he's kind of playing.
Getting the Courser is good for the long game for sure.
He just bottomed a white card.
It looked like a. I don't know what it was.
Alright, so Brady takes a draw here.
Ugh. Unfortunately, we can't see his
The
top
revealed card.
Yeah.
Alright, what did Brady draw this turn? Brady has a ton of lands in play. Is there anything that Brady has that he can make use of all these lands? I
No.
guess Nissa. Nissa's pretty good when you have a lot of lands in play. Oh, Rakshasa Death Dealer
This is a good
also,
thing to have.
also
a lot of
pretty
lands in play.
good to have a lot of lands in play.
And he has a lot of green sources.
Yeah,
A lot.
that's the important.
Because once you get
Important
you do an Urborg check, and then all it is about is green sources.
Alright, now what's Grant's play here? He has a land on top of his library. He's gonna play another Courser, which is interesting because I believe he has it's a tapped land on top, and I think he wants to play. I think you want to play a Siege Rhino this turn.
He has an untapped land in hand, but
I guess gaining the 2 is more important than getting a dead
card.
draw off the top of your library. But, I mean, now if Brady just has a removal spell for that Siege Rhino, like, Grant's in a ton of trouble. Ooh,
Another
Siege
Rhino.
Rhino off the top.
that's pretty
Alright,
nice.
so I
How much?
guess
8 plus 5 is 13. Just shove it all in front of the Death Dealer.
I mean, but then you can just like pump and regenerate and then play Rhino, so
Yep.
I think this turn Brady probably just attacks with the Death Dealer and then pumps everything and then leaves back leaves back enough to cast Rhino.
Looks like he's not blocking. Brady's starting to line up
Yeah,
how much he wants to pump with.
How much we want to pump.
Do you want to leave up a regenerate for next turn, or no? You think he can't afford to?
Well, so
Let's see how many he can do.
What?
2, 4. He can do.
you can pump it for 6. So putting your opponent to 12 is pretty relevant. So he's actually because he's gonna go from 12 to 9. And then if that Rakshasa ever hits, it's just lethal, basically. And Brady knows that he's got a dead draw this turn. That's a... Is that
It's like a 2-drop.
End? Maybe it's a
Could be
2-drop
an-
on top.
Could be a Fleeceman line.
So Grant's in a real rough spot right now. That's one of the things about this Abzan aggro deck is just even these 2-drop threats
They're so
just
potent.
are so potent towards the end of the game. If you stumble and don't draw any removal spells for a long time, you could be in a lot of trouble. And I guess Brady was really safe to pump everything into the Death Dealer this turn because he knows
He
that
knew-
Grant's not going to be drawing
Yeah.
anything relevant.
True.
So Brady's gonna untap. Let's see. So, this is another.
Soren.
Soren
That's pretty good.
is really good right now because that means he gets to attack with Anafenza,
He can attack with
Um,
everything.
and Grant really does not have any good blocks here.
If he attacks with everything, he gets to put a counter. He can put the counter on the Rhino too if he wants.
Yeah, so he puts the
Puts it
counter
on the
on the Death Dealer. That's
I
pretty
think
good.
that's fine. Yeah.
Because then only one pump gets it out of range of the Siege Rhino.
And this life swing would be huge.
Grant really needs to like double block something, but at the same time he needs to block the Death Dealer. If he I believe he has to block the Anafenza. But I guess so. He can block Anafenza with Siege Rhino and Courser on the Death Dealer and and leave a Courser back. And then you're trading. I mean, I guess you could also like double block the Anafenza and maybe he decides to kill the Courser instead. But I don't think you really need to do that. I don't know. What are you looking at here? What are Grant's options? What do you think his best option is here?
You could put both coursers in front of. If you put both coursers there, they're just really. I don't think there is a good option, to be honest. It seems like there's going to be a double block on the Anafenza in some way, but if he's picking up both of those, it looks like it might be a double block on the Rhino.
I just feel like if you let the Anafenza keep attacking and then
Yep. This is an awesome attack for Brady. Just get a pump your Rakshasa. There it is.
You get to pump the Rakshasa once and leave up regenerate mana.
You don't even need the regenerate mana because I believe that it's going to be a Fleeceman line on top. Because there's no other card that costs 2 like that, right? Or I guess
Well,
it could
I can't tell if there's like colorless in that cost or not. It's like you can't see the colorless terribly well. Yeah, so
could be another Rhino actually. It looks like it's another Rhino.
Yeah, that could very well be it.
What? Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
there's a
so-
reason. Like if that is a Rhino on top, there's no reason not to pump again.
So Brady's gonna gain a ton of life, and his Soren is not in danger at all. Grant is gonna draw. He's gonna play whatever card he
It was a
picked
Rhino.
up. Okay. So I guess that's not bad because the Rhino can now block the Anafenza, but I mean, he has to find an answer to this.
Grant needs to gain 3 life still. There we go.
Yeah. So I guess he gets to get the Anafenza, I guess he kind of forces Brady to plus the Sorin again, but even still, you're pretty
fine
happy with that
plus
because
Sorin.
you can almost just minus the Sorin anyway.
You have an unkillable threat, lifelinking threat that can be huge.
Well, I mean, like, eventually you can just, like, minus the Sorin and then Grant's sacking a creature every turn.
Yep.
And if somehow Grant is able to stabilize from this situation. But yeah, Brady's going to go up.
He's thinking. I think you go up.
Yeah, you have it. I mean, he has to block this Death Dealer.
And it makes it so your thing just doesn't get eaten. Your Anafenza just doesn't get eaten by the Rhino if you attack.
Yeah.
So.
Because, and also, like, you're okay, like, kind of like losing this Anafenza for the Siege Rhino because it means you can draw another Anafenza and it's not dead.
Yeah. The power of the 2-drops and the aggro deck late game.
And then Brady just lets this happen. That's fine.
I guess he has a fetch, so actually, depending on what's in Brady's hand, I would still want to pump.
Yep.
Right?
And there's the other. Well, there's the
That's-
Anafenza.
There's no reason not to pump to get
Yeah, I
him alive.
guess.
Like you can leave
just
2
leave
regeneration
2 up
and
for
like
regeneration. All right, so Grant's gonna search for a basic and hopefully put something real nice on top. But I don't know that there's anything he could.
called Ugin, but
Oh.
the deck's not playing it, unfortunately. Elspeth?
Isn't Elspeth destroy or is
Or
it?
no, you can just make things and chump and hopefully...
Yeah.
None of them
And
have
then
trample.
eventually- Yeah, then eventually draw out of it. Yeah, I guess.
Elspeth's an okay draw and hopefully to get out of it, but... What was the downfall it looked like? Could be wrong. Downfall still doesn't do it. Yep.
Well, he could have survived another turn, but
Regenerate, yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Death Dealer. Death Dealer's definitely one of the scary cards for
Yeah.
Abzan.
It's one of those things. If you can't draw an answer for their creature, then you will lose to it. It doesn't really matter what creature it is.
It seems like that's what a lot of the creatures in that deck are trying to do. Fleece Mane, Death Dealer, Anafenza, if they don't answer it, just keeps pumping up all your other creatures. Siege Rhino's big on its own. Tassiger, obviously,
Yeah, and
can do work.
And Whisperwood Elemental just making a creature
An army.
every turn. I mean, sometimes you get into these situations against the control deck where it's just a stalled out board state, except you're making 2/2s every turn, and
And they're trying to draw a removal spell.
Yeah. All right. So game 3, are you seeing any changes that you would make for being on the draw in game 3 for Brady? Is there anything that gets significant, that gets worse enough that you would rather have it out on the draw?
No, I think everything seems... You just gotta hope for the aggressive start and where they run out of removal spells, and then you finally stick that last threat that can carry you the rest of the way home. But Sorin looked good there, obviously, and I still think Nissa is powerful against Grant's deck. What about you? What about Grant? Any changes?
I don't really see anything that I would change
Keep it the same?
based on what we saw from Brady. He kept in at least a Thoughtseize. Maybe you look at like adding a Read the Bones to kind of recoup and find answers, because it's so important to find an answer to kill their creature, because you can kind of, in a normal game, you can kind of just stall out for at least a couple turns, and you take hits in such great chunks that the 2 life isn't generally terribly relevant. You're just going to be taking big swings of 8 to 10 damage from the aggro deck. I could see like a Read the Bones on the play not being bad, since you're almost down a card, not really, but
Yeah. You're He does have a Read the Bones. 2 Read the
Yeah.
Bones in his hand, I think.
Yeah, he had one in the main. You know, I could see bringing him in out of the side. His hand looks pretty good. He's got Scrylands.
Downfall.
He does have a Garruk Apex Predator, which is really slow. So if Brady can come out swinging real quick with like a a good 2-drop.
And he did live it on top, which means he found a land. It looks like
I think
all
he
he
has-
wants is lands here from now on.
Yeah, I think he has another white black. Brady has another white black land in his hand, so maybe maybe there's a green one on top. Because I believe he has like Fleecemane Lion for turn 2. He'd really like to start getting in there with that on turn 2. Especially if Grant's next turn is just Read the Bones.
Looked like it was a Rhino on top.
Okay. Oh,
Death
turn 2
Dealer.
Death Dealer. Now, when you were playing this deck, did you like to lead with Death Dealer or Fleecemane Lion?
I
generally?
usually like to lead with Fleecemane Lion. Just because Death Dealer can... Like, both have their reasons for keeping it late, but I like Death Dealer more just because of... If you do have all those lands, it's just insane. Plus,
So
it's
you're
also
saying-
bigger.
So you're saying lead with Fleecemane because you assume that the first creature you're going to play is going to die?
Yeah. I mean, you can argue back and forth for either, but I most of the time led with Fleecemane just because it also does 3 damage instead of the 2.
Yeah. I could see leading with...
Just because he's monstrous and it's unkillable. But
yeah, I mean, I could see leading with Death Dealer if you are 100% sure they're going to play Courser on turn 3.
Yep.
Because, being able to attack into the Courser is pretty nice. So I believe we had a downfall happen on the Death Dealer before Brady could untap. So Grant mulling over his options here. It looks like we're going to do a little reading of the bones.
You're pretty happy
As-
being in Brady's seat when that happens.
Yeah, if his play this turn is read the bones, play a tapped land, and then you get to attack with Anafenza and probably play a Siege Rhino next turn, you're going to be so far ahead. This is one of those situations I kind of talked about earlier when in my match.
Took both.
In my match, it was kind of like I was able to answer a threat every turn, but
Eventually
he
one
already
crazy one
had
stuck.
he already had 2 in play when I was answering a threat every turn, and I never had that turn where I was able to catch back up.
But if Brady can't go Rhino here,
Oh
And just
yeah, this
passes.
is just a pass. So now it's looking a lot better for Grant with just a pass there. I believe Brady is going to be slamming a Siege Rhino next turn, but if Grant can already deploy his, he's not going to be quite as worried.
it also depends if Grant has a end hostilities in his hand. He might just want to be slow rolling out his threats, but I don't know if you can afford to.
I don't think you can take another turn off. Because Brady can just kind of play the draw go until you deal with my 4/4 if he kind of sniffs out end hostilities. Ooh, this is an end step.
Valor stance.
Valor stance. Okay, so
That's pretty good.
Brady's not in a bad spot here. So untap, gonna attack with Anafenza.
Another
Scry first.
Leaves it on top. Interesting. He can go Siege Rhino this turn, Whisperwood next turn. Seems pretty nice.
That's gonna be really hard for Grant to deal with without a Wrath. Yep, here's a Siege Rhino, and basically putting Grant on a 2-turn clock. Almost a 1-turn clock.
Almost. Abzan Charm does it.
Yeah, if Brady has like removals, if Grant like tries to play a creature to block with, and Brady just has removal spell Abzan Charm. Just the sickest draw possible. Grant is not in a good position here.
Yeah, Brady
So-
took the 1 turn off, but he was able to efficiently kill Grant's.
I mean, he didn't really because he got to Valor Stance the Siege
that's what
Rhino.
I'm saying. He got to get rid of the
I was
Siege
thinking.
Rhino anyways.
I was thinking that the Read the Bones might be okay on the play, but it's turning out to be that he didn't really have time to cast it.
You don't want to cast Read the Bones until it's that stalled out board. If you cast it on turn 3, they're gonna have cards that they can play while you're sitting there trying to set up your hand.
How do you like Read the Bones in the Abzan control deck?
I think I like 1.
Brady's quick
Can
and
argue for 2.
untapping.
Yeah, he's pretty stoked.
He's gonna,
If he has a Sorin here,
yeah.
that's pretty nice.
Sorin, removal spell, basically anything here is pretty good. Lining up an Abzan Charm. Yep, that's an Abzan Charm in the front of his hand. Gonna kill the Rhino.
That's
Gonna
pretty
attack with both, put you to 4, and both of my creatures are now lethal.
Even a Bile Blight there was sick. So if he blocks your Anafenza, you Blight the Rhino, your Rhino lives,
Yeah.
his dies. Or if he blocks your Rhino, you can
do it after combat, which is not as good, but
can't you do it inside of combat?
oh, you could
'Cause it has the counter on it.
Because it has the counter on it.
Yep.
That's actually real nice.
Anafenza can do
But I
something.
don't think Brady has them in his Bile Blights after board. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. All right, Grant. This needs to be an untapped land Elspeth turn for you, buddy.
Even then, oh yeah, Elspeth just kill everything. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Because we do not want to be chump blocking right now. This looks like a. This looks like not a Read the Bones, but a charm or a Hero's Downfall.
I know he has Read the Bones though.
But what are you hoping to draw?
Nothing. There you
Yeah,
go.
there's the Downfall. But my other creature is still lethal. Maybe this is going to be a Bile Blight for value. Or for very little value.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Is there, there's not even an Urborg in play, so maybe it's fetch, hit a land, and or maybe this is Fleecemane Lion?
That'd be kind of nice.
I mean, or a Glare Heresy.
If it's a glare, that's good.
Glare is really what he needs actually in this situation.
Tassiger.
Ooh.
Cut.
Oh, okay. That works. Alright. So Grant might have stabilized here, but he's one Siege Rhino away from being very sad.
And Brady has a Whisperwood.
Yeah. There's 3,
Yeah.
4, 5.
Whisperwood is great.
Oh, and
Nissa.
that's the game.
That's it.
Good game.
I think Brady might have just drew that.
No, remember he might have drawn that for turn, but
It wasn't looking good for Grant anyways, but
so far the Abzan aggro deck
I honestly
seems to be
think
crushing the control deck.
I honestly think
Maybe it's just that close though. It might be where the control deck's advantaged.
and I really think the control deck, you have to have Ugin. I think the control deck has.
Yeah.
Ugin,
I
it
agree.
literally just gets everything.
But do you even play Ugin against the aggro? You keep it in against the aggro
I think
deck?
you have to.
You told me to side it out. I just want to.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. Tom told me to
I
side it
didn't
out.
tell you something. I'd keep it in.
Okay.
I'm not argue with Tom over that. But we're gonna go try that match. Took a decent amount of time. We'll go try to find another match, and in the meantime, we will be back.
All right, guys, we are now in our top 8. This is the semifinals.
Casey
Also,
Cipriano
these need to
and
be
Michael
fixed
Carter.
again. So on the left we have.
Nathan.
Yeah, let's fix this for you guys real quick. He's first seed versus. This is second seed. So on the left we have Nathan. On the right we have Stan. Nathan was in first place after the Swiss, and he is playing what, Michael?
He's playing Mardu Tokens.
Mardu Tokens. This is
got-
not a deck I know.
He's got Perforos, Timrit, the Murder King.
Oh, he's into murder.
Yeah. Blood-Soaked Champion, Brutal Horde Chief, the new mythic rare, Sorin, Crackling Doomstoke, Mardu Charm, Hordling Outburst, Raise the Alarm.
So, it's what you said it was. It's Mardu Tokens.
It's Mardu Tokens.
On the other side, we have more tokens. Just Jeskai tokens.
Tokens versus tokens.
Tokens versus tokens.
This is nice.
I don't know whose tokens are going to reign supreme. One is either going to win with Brutal Horde Chief, the other is going to try and win with Jeskai Ascendancy. Or Perforos.
Perforos can do a lot
Perforos
of
is
damage
nice.
with tokens.
I wonder how much murdering we're going to see.
I don't know if the matchup's going to be long enough.
There's
to some
three-
Murder Kings.
3 Murder Kings. That's a lot of Murder King. If the game goes long, I think Stan's probably ahead because he has 4 Treasure Cruise.
Looks like Nathan's on the play and he's going to be leading with a Blood-Soaked Champion. That's the only thing he could be playing here.
He could just be crack go.
I doubt it.
I wouldn't suggest that play, but it is an option. It's like the ultimate tilt to your opponent. Like, you guys just took like a 15-minute break between games. It's
Yep.
like, play fetch land, crack it, go.
Gotcha, good.
No, he does. He does have the Brutal Horde Chief. Not the Brutal Horde Chief. The Bloodsoaked Champion. 1 mana Brutal Horde Chief would be pretty damn good. Stan's hand just looks like full of lands
So it looks like
and not good. But maybe I can't see all the cards because it's hard to see.
Nathan Vaughn's deck, I think, can be more aggressive overall.
Yeah. So, did he just draw a 2-drop too? That's some white card. It's Raise Alarm.
Raise the
That's pretty
Alarm.
good right here. Putting the pressure on. It's probably just passing the turn. And I think he has a.
Or he has a Murder King.
Yeah, you probably want to play that actually.
There
Yeah.
you go. Kind of want to pull up the text of Murder King right now.
I think it's 1. It deals 2 damage if you sack another creature. You sack it.
2, you can pay a colorless and a red to sacrifice another creature, and it deals 2 damage to target player. Timrit does, and you can pay a 1 and a black, sacrifice a creature, return
Yeah.
Timrit from
So
your
he
graveyard
gets,
to your
he
hand.
gets to return it as much as he wants,
Yeah.
basically.
That with Perforos is kind of nice.
Yeah, also just that with Bloodsoaked Champion, if you just need a way to like get some damage in. They did not mark the damage yet. I don't know if
He's
Stan
thinking.
stopped him before damage was dealt.
Yeah,
It looks like we're fetching prior to damage. Probably, yeah.
What we got? Lightning Strike. Raise the Alarm.
I don't see any lightning strikes in this deck, which is really weird for a Jeskai Tokens deck. It's got Wild Slash.
Wild Slash can. It's probably pretty good with the Jeskai Ascendancy. It's
We're also
One mana
running,
card that
we're running
triggers
the
the Ascendancy.
the full 4 Soulfire Grandmaster.
I think that card's good.
You like 4 of them?
Is it legendary?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. 4 seems just like
Does he have 4 Seeker? Or just no Seeker?
no Seeker.
It's an interesting deck list.
So
It
it is
is
Raise the
raising.
Alarm. So I guess you just block. Are we even blocking?
I don't know. I don't want to block
No,
either.
we took the damage.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Nathan is saying go this time.
that was a Mystic Monastery. I think he has a Jeskai Ascendancy in hand, but it's not even that good right now. He needs like more time to set up. He is gonna play the Ascendancy. So there's an Ascendancy and it's foil to Trollus because it's hard to see, but that's how it goes sometimes.
That also has a lot of text on it.
Yeah. At least we know what that card does.
Yes. think Nathan's maybe Stan's thinking about attacking. If you're not going to block,
Yeah, might as well attack. And
Nathan Vaughn gets to
if you didn't want to block last turn, he certainly doesn't want to block this turn.
resolve
Right?
or raise the alarm here.
So that's 6 damage. We're nearing lethal because it's 6 and then 7/8 from the Timurit. And like Nathan's doing all this on 2 lands.
Yep.
Like his hand is full of gas, but he can't cast any of it.
Does seem pretty impressive.
I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him use the Timurit to like be efficient with his mana.
Sack a token, maybe the blood soaked.
Probably a token, but like I'm not sure he needs to. He gets to see what Stan does first. Like Stan might just attack for 2 and then like untap his guys. But Stan has like that looks like 4 lands in hand and a treasure cruise. I actually think Stan is.
In trouble?
I think he's just dead. Like this, you can't put any cards in his graveyard. He doesn't have any cheap ways to loot.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and we're using Timurit to take Stan down to 5, and that's it's close to being game.
It's close.
It's not game yet, but it's close.
Has a Perforos. I don't believe any card in his hand is
It's not even
able to be cast.
close to castable. I think he has a Hordeling Outburst.
Nathan Vaughn
Yeah.
could be scared to attack here because of the Jeskai ascendancy.
I think you still attack anyways. Like you get to bring back your Bloodsoaked champion. He did just pass the turn. I don't agree with that. I mean, even if you want to
You get him
do nothing, you just attack with Bloodsoaked champion. You put it back in play, right?
But then you don't get to sacrifice something to Murder King.
Is that our route to victory here? Just
Could
sack,
be.
sack, 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 sack.
And see why not, unless Stan has a Jeskai charm to gain life.
Here's a Hordeling Outburst.
It's gonna loot. The Stoke the Flames off the top is pretty nice.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to cast that Stoke.
Correct.
Oh, actually, I think Nathan has a Stoke in his hand, so that's his plan.
Stoke on tap sack.
Yeah. So, Stan needs to kill the Timurit.
This Mardu Tokens deck is looking pretty sweet.
I mean, Stan stumbled a bit because he didn't
Yeah.
have any way to loot with Jeskai's Ascendancy, but like Nathan's actually just dealing a bunch of damage with almost nothing. Is he blocking and then before damage he's gonna Stoke?
You could also sack. You could also sack it.
Yeah, I think that's actually the correct play. Well, he just took the damage, it seems. So Stan's thinking here. I think it's going to be a little difficult for Nathan, because like if Nathan end step sacks the soldier token, then Stan's going to probably kill Timurit in response. So we're stoking. What are we stoking? We're stoking Timurit.
This is awkward.
And if we don't use Timurit to
invoke,
yeah, then we can't unless we draw a red source. That Stoke was a very big draw for Stan.
Nathan Vaughn's got to see that.
Stoke the tablet.
Stoke your tablet, please. It's going to go down to 1.
This game's actually much
It's got
closer than I
closer
thought.
now, yep.
Yeah. Do you think? Do you like the idea of just sacking something with Timurit there and then hoping you draw a red source to win the game?
He has a Timber in his hand, but what are the chances? It's all about what you think Stan has. I guess he has a lot of
Yeah,
creatures.
I mean, this Bloodsoaked champion
can
can't
only
block.
block. Another raise the alarm.
I think you just this turn you attack with Bloodsoaked champion and pass. Like,
You got to attack with the Bloodsoak, right?
it can't block. You might you
Yeah.
better attack with it. Like, it gets a creature off the board. And It's another Jeskai Ascendancy, and that might be the game because Stan will be able to play Jeskai
2,
Ascendancy.
4, 6.
I can't see how many cards are in his graveyard, but he can probably follow it up with a Treasure Cruise, which would be plenty of damage.
Yeah, depends on how many cards are in
I
Stan's
really
graveyard.
can't see, but
Obviously, Nathan didn't draw the red sorts there.
yeah, I mean,
It-
I think you still make that play because I think when your opponent has Ascendancy in play, you're almost just dead. Like, so we get a loop here. We get one activation of Ascendancy. Put anything in the graveyard. I think he'll have. I don't know if he has 6 in the graveyard now. It'd be close, right?
It's going to be really close.
There's Stoke
Flooded
Fetchland,
Strand.
a Hordling Outburst, a Raise the Alarm. He might be one short. No, because he activated Jeskai Ascendancy last turn, so he should be able to.
6, 7.
He should have 6. No, apparently it's 7. Yeah.
Yep. It's brutal. That was
So
so
Nathan's
close.
just dead on board here, and we are
Going through the motions.
going real slow for no reason. If he had attacked with the Bloodstoke champion, would he still be dead? The answer is yes, but
Yep.
it would be Xaxes.
Because they're both 4 4s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Not sure why we're tanking here.
I'm not really sure.
I'm down for the game to be over and just do
I mean,
the next game.
if you just go to attack, maybe he doesn't know Bloodstoke can't block.
But even if it can block, it's still lethal. There's 3 activations of Jeskai Ascendancy. So
I'm not, you know,
now we're resolving the Treasure Cruise.
who wouldn't want to cruise?
I do like taking the cruise. I guess he can't not resolve the Treasure Cruise. You must resolve the Treasure
Yeah.
Cruise.
But it's pretty interesting how he's still tanking there.
Yeah, but if it was me, I'd just be like, so damn, you're dead. And my opponent would be like, oh yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah.
Nathan knew it. He was just like waiting for his opponent to
opponent's
like
like-
let him know that I know you're dead.
That was super close.
Yeah, I mean Nathan just if he had one more red
Yep.
source, he would have won.
It's unfortunate.
Okay, so Stan has 3 Anger of the Gods, which seems pretty good here. Disdainful Stroke's no good. Negate is probably not good. Glare is probably not good. We got 2 Sarkhan, 2 Valor Stance, and 1 Erase. I think I only really want to bring in the Anger. I don't
He saw
see
per
names.
for us.
Yeah, but he didn't, and there's
Yep.
no reason to think he's playing per for us. So what would we take out?
Just
It's got
Angers?
Citadel Siege, and there's Valor Stances. Probably take out the 2 Valor Stance and a Citadel Siege.
Sounds perfectly reasonable to me.
Yeah, that's what it looks like for me. So I would bring in 3 Anger, take out 2 Valor Stance, 1 Citadel Siege.
All right. Nathan's got 2 Arc Lightning, 2 Lightning Strike, 3 Valor Stance, 4 Murderous Cut, 4 Thoughtseize, Arc Lightning.
Arc Lightning seems real good.
2 Arc Lightning seems pretty good.
The 2 Lightning Strikes seem pretty good
Yep.
to me too.
The other cards are eh.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to bring a Valor Stance, Cut, or Thoughtseize here.
The cards that he could cut, I'm not sure what. Crackling Doom is. eh.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't seem great against
That's
Stan.
tokens.
It doesn't seem great against Jeskai tokens.
Yeah, Crackling Doom's
So
the
I'd
only card that
probably
stands out
cut
to me.
The Crackling Doom.
Mardu Charm makes tokens, which you want. Yeah, that's the only card.
This is the second list today that we've seen that's running 2 Urborg. How do you feel about 2 Urborg?
In an aggro deck, I think it's fine. But in like, It's
two-
still sketchy.
Two Urborg with 3 mana confluence. I think I would just want to go to 4 mana confluence with 1 Urborg. The other deck we saw that was running 2 Urborg was the Chromanticore deck, which I think is reasonable because you're milling yourself so much that the likelihood that you mill
an Urborg.
an Urborg is pretty high, and you probably want
An Urborg.
you definitely want one. You're playing 5 colors.
But is that deck even real?
I mean, it seemed pretty reasonable to me. Like, it had play every game.
Alright. I haven't even given it a chance in my mind.
I mean, it is playing a 5-color spell.
It's silly.
Yeah. So not fantastic, but like
If Stan wins this game, do you want Bo Victor? That's the most likely one.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please. All right, Nathan. I assume we'll get to be on the play, which will. I feel like in these matchups is a pretty big deal.
yeah, and I mean, I think drawing one more land would have won him the
Yeah,
game
for
pretty
sure.
pretty easily. So
Yeah, the only mistake that we
I-
saw was there's
not attacking with the
attacking
Bloodstoke chain,
and then the debate of sacking with
and
Temperate
I
or
don't,
Stoke.
I don't think that's necessarily a mistake. I think I want to sack a creature there just because
It's more likely
if
you
you
can
draw a red source, you win the game.
Yep.
And I like winning the game. You give yourself a pretty decent chance. I mean, untapped red sources. What does he have? He has 4 Battlefield Forge, 3 Bloodstained Mire, 3 Mana Confluence, and 2 Mountains. It's not that many.
You have no Mad Outpost, but it comes in play
Yeah,
tapped.
but like that wasn't going to be an out for him.
Yep. Terribly close.
Nathan cleaning off the tablet, and it's apparently some greasy fingers today. Nathan also going to start the game at 22, so he's got a clear advantage on his opponent here.
On the play.
I'm not sure that's legal.
And 22.
Yeah. Negotiating with his opponent, like, I'll let you be on the play if I start at 22. Is that fair? And they're like, oh, yeah, that's fine.
I think I would allow that. If I was in Stan's shoes, sure.
I presume they're going to fix it when the first
Life total change.
first life total change happens.
They're like,
if
wait,
not,
what?
I'll have to go stop
Go
them.
yell at them. Hey, you're not at 22. Stan's probably staring at it and like, are you going to fix that? Or
Alright, so I see Sorin, Mana Confluence, Raise the Alarm, Swamp.
Hordeling Outburst?
I think that's an old Bloodstained Mire and a Hordeling Outburst,
Yeah.
and I couldn't see the card all the way on the left. It looks like an old basic land.
Nathan's OG. He's got the old stuff.
So on the right, I can't tell if the top card is a Mystic Monastery or a Jeskai Ascendancy,
And he's on the mall.
and he's mulling. So not only do we start at 22 with 7 cards, our opponent starts
On
with
the
6.
play.
That's pretty good.
Yep. Now, what's your opinion? I think we've talked about this before in a previous commentating. The pile shuffle after the mulligan.
I hate it. I think it's one of the worst things in Magic. If I'm judging an event, I will tell them not to do it, and will warn with a slow play warning if they don't comply, because it's just a giant waste of time.
It's not actually shuffle.
Um,
And the thought
in the
of
top
people thinking that it does shuffle.
In the top 8, yeah, the thought of people thinking it does shuffle your deck, it kind of does, but you're taking your deck from an known state to another known state, so it's basically BS. And if you think it makes your deck more random, then you
You're
have
wrong.
the intent to cheat, which is worse. I mean, you're not cheating because you don't understand how random works, but if you think it makes your deck more distributed, you have intent to cheat without yourself knowing.
It's very interesting. But we got to keep on 6. He's still at 22.
And what was I gonna say? In the top 8, it doesn't matter as much
Yeah.
because they're not timed. But like when you're timed,
In a regular
people
round.
do not understand how much draws are terrible. They're
There we
real
go.
bad.
We fixed the life total.
You do not want to draw. Drawing is awful.
Nathan's going to be doing some serious damage to himself here.
Why are we? We should not have paid 2. We could have very easily.
Yeah.
Okay, we did pay 1. I thought
was
like
probably
by
just saying
touching
what they
both. By touching both, I thought he was paying 2 life, and it was concerned.
Healer cannot cast his Hordeling Outburst, but he has another Raise the Alarm.
Are we seeing some trading
Raise
raise the
back.
alarms right now?
I think Nathan's totally fine with that.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the Jeskai token deck would rather have more tokens on the field.
Because of the
Because the-
Ascendancy.
Are we shortcutting?
Yeah, probably. But Nathan gets to follow up with another Raise the Alarm, and if he has another land, he gets to stick a Sorin at plus.
That's pretty good.
It's a big game.
I think he had a Bloodstained Mire in his hand. Yeah, there's definitely... It's not a Bloodstained Mire, but it looks like a swamp. So, that's pretty good for him. But if Stan just has another,
Let's see if he follows up with here. Yeah,
I think he had a Soulfire Grandmaster.
it's an ascendancy.
If it's an Ascendancy, he's going to take a bunch of damage from the Sorin plus Raise the Alarm.
But what else is he thinking about instead? Maybe
can't
raising
see what's in
he might
here.
have another raise the alarm just like Nathan.
Well, if his next best play is Raise the Alarm, I think he has a Monastery Mentor. Yeah, I see a Monastery Mentor there, and I think that might be tempting to play because then when you play your Ascendancy, you get a Monk. So I think that's probably what's coming down here.
Yeah, as many creatures as possible for the ascendancy deck.
And I don't know what other kind of non-creature spells he has to make Ascendancy good. So, like, you usually want to have creatures out first in order to make your Ascendancy good, instead of just, like, jamming Ascendancy onto an empty board. So he does go with the Monastery Mentor here.
Lose another life.
He's going to gain a bunch of life back. Did we just lose another life for fun? I don't know what happened there.
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's technically a legal board state for him to be at 17, so I don't want to interrupt them.
Yeah, I'm
but
not gonna interrupt. 1, 2. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm just trying to figure it out.
he's got to take one here too.
Same one too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I took the one for some reason. Just one.
I guess he wants to protect his Sorin, which seems fine. It's still 2 power too.
Yeah, but if Stan casts a spell at all, right?
I remember the first time I played against Sorin, I had completely I did not know the fact that they had it until the
stuck.
next turn, and then I never,
Never do it again.
and then I never forgot that it did that. So I think this is Ascendancy
Yeah.
here. Getting a Monk. And then bashing something with that. So Nathan goes back up to 20.
He really wants to cast that Whirling Outburst.
Yeah, well, he's going to need a red mana to do that.
Seems like one of the big drawbacks from this
Yeah, the mana seems a little shaky.
is another raise.
It
That's
does look like
awkward.
a raise.
Awkward. You want to cast it now. That way they get the
You,
plus.
you kind of have to cast it now.
Yep. Ooh, he has a Timrit.
Cast the Timuret. Now he's going to cast the raise. And then he's going to plus Sorin.
Ultimate Sorin isn't even that good against the Jeskai tokens deck either.
It's not that good, but it is kind of relevant.
And I like the attack too.
Yeah, definitely attack. You don't want to let Jeskai tokens get a
Just sit
large
around.
mass of tokens. You want to put some pressure on them. So we got a trade. Nathan's going to go up to 19. Keeping the board clear is definitely good for Nathan, yeah. Wild Slash, and I think what's the card called? Soulfire Grandmaster. Didn't see what else was in Stan's hand. If he doesn't make enough tokens, and I'm Nathan, I would definitely consider just ulting Sorin.
I agree.
Or you could just
Looks like he has a Sarkin,
a Sarkin. Ooh.
but I don't know if he has a land.
So we're leading in with Monastery Mentor. Is there 2 Wild Slashes? There's 2 red cards in his hand. I see a Wild Slash.
Wild Slash Sarkin. Soulfire.
Does he have 2
And-
non-creature spells?
I'm not sure what the other one is.
Are we sure that's a Sarkin?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm Nathan here, I'm just blocking with everything. Yeah, I don't like this block. Now he can just
Wild Slash. Here.
Wild Slash Timber it, and then eat the token, and get a monk.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Also, Wild Slash, he's not playing Lightning Strike. It is one more mana, but it's a lot easier to buy back Wild Slash with Soulfire Grandmaster.
There's no way we're not Wild Slashing here, unless he also has like a Raise the Alarm. Is there a raise? There is a raise. Okay, so he's just gonna Raise the Alarm.
So he did have 2 spells regardless.
There's a bunch of triggers happening right now. There's Ascendancy trigger. Draw, discard. But even with 2, like we could have ended up with the Monastery Mentor off the board.
Yeah.
Stan would have still had
2 prowess guys.
2 prowess guys and 2 soldiers. But I mean, that I'm kind of okay with. So we still need to discard.
Maybe he's thinking about what he wants to discard.
Just Guy's Tendency would be pretty good if when you cast a non-creature spell, you draw a card.
What was his draw?
He drew Battlefield Forge. I think I would pitch Battlefield Forge. That's fine too. He wants to cast a Sarkin.
Stan's going really slow through his triggers, making
And it's
sure he doesn't
fine.
miss anything.
It's
Yeah.
good because
Yeah.
like there's a lot of stuff going on. It makes sense to go be very methodical about what's going on when you're playing this deck. Yeah, I don't. Do you see a reason to fire off the Wild Slasher? I think I just.
If you're not attacking, I'd rather save it for next turn.
Yeah, like. So Nathan goes to 21. When you sack a creature to Timrit, does Timrit deal the damage? Because
Yes.
you can get some lifelink action.
Timrit does deal the damage.
Yeah.
And
Might not.
you can't miss that, right?
You cannot miss it. We did Wild Slasher.
Interesting.
I mean, it's no different doing it pre-combat, but I might have tried to use it as a surprise. Now I think you definitely pitch the land and play. You want to be able to play the second Ascendancy.
He's pitching a second Ascendancy because he's going to play Sarkin next turn.
I mean, is that enough damage to be like good? I like
No.
having multiple Ascendancies
Yeah.
because eventually you'll find a Treasure Cruise and then you win. So we got Hordeling Outburst and what's the other card?
Can't really tell. Might be a land. Is it another Timrit?
Yeah, Nathan's
It's not looking good for Nathan here.
not looking so hot. He's making a vampire. I don't know how I feel about that.
You'd rather plus or ultimate?
Either. I think I like either than
any of those besides
yeah, because
making
like
the vampire.
now your Soren's just dead,
You know
right?
what card
Like,
would have been an awesome draw there was Arc Lightning. Would have been pretty good.
yeah, I mean,
You're still in trouble.
can you cast it on them? Like, I guess you get Soldier, Monk, and then if he has a spell, he can keep his monk alive. Get rid of the land. There you go.
So everything has +1/+1 right now.
Well, the monks are actually 3/3s right now,
True.
and the monastery mentor is a 4/4.
You got to swing with a decent amount of them, right? Not at any crazy danger. There we go.
Where are each of them going is the question.
Yep. To be honest, I don't think you care about Soren.
I don't. Yeah, it's not going to matter at this point. Like, you get to gain some life, but basically in trouble. We're taking whatever it is. We took 18.
Fair enough.
That was the token he off to the side. I swear when he drew that, it looked like High Sentinels of Aggression.
It did.
That was a Valor stance.
That doesn't seem like it should be in.
Yeah, like, it doesn't really kill anything. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the cards that we discussed that should be coming out.
No, it was.
It
It's
came
just in
in.
his sideboard. He brought it in.
Yeah, what do you... I don't know what you want that against. But yeah, Nathan just reveals his hand and concedes, so... Stan will be moving on to the semifinals. It's sad because I actually want to see more of Nathan's deck.
Yeah, I didn't get to see like the full potential of it.
But I am going to go see if we can
Move one of the
grab another game.
quarterfinals on over,
Yeah,
and we'll be
right
back.
back. All right, we found a match for you guys. This is the last quarterfinal match. They are going into game 3. It looks like they're doing a little bit of re-sideboarding before they start. What is Dylan playing?
Dylan, we saw earlier playing red-white aggro.
Red-white aggro.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up red-white.
And I didn't watch the match with Brady, but he's playing... It's kind of like in between Abzan aggro and Abzan mid-range.
Yep.
It's not like the control decks, but it's got Whisperwood, 3 Whisperwood, and it's playing Fleeceman Land, Rakshasa Death Dealer, and Offensive. So it's kind of more aggressive, but the Whisperwood is giving it some protection in the later games. So it's not like full all-out aggro. It's a little bit slower, but
Yeah, it's like the Whisperwood is, I think, after playing Abzan aggro, Whisperwood is just like a significant upgrade from Wingmate Rock,
yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah, absolutely. Like I think one of the things you're scared about is the board sweepers. And that protects
Yeah,
you
they
from them.
kinda-
like Fleeceman and Rakshasa Death Dealer are already protected.
Like, the thing that happens when you're playing Abzan aggro is they answer every single one of your cards, and then you're stuck with a Wingmate Rock that you don't get the trigger of
Yeah.
raid off of. And Whisperwood will just make a creature. And also with the stalled board states, it keeps making creatures. It just seems a lot better.
So after board, I don't really know what Brady would bring in. He's got Mastery of the Unseen, which is no good.
No good.
Valorous Stance, which is probably no good. He's got a Banishing Light, which I think he would bring in because he can
For sure.
hit Chain of the Rocks.
And the
And
Outpost Siege.
Also, like Ash Cloud Phoenix too is kind of annoying for Abzan to deal with. He's got Bile Bites that are coming in. Drown in Sorrow, that's probably coming in.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it
Kills
doesn't hit for
Soulfire
Moss.
Grandmaster, Seeker, Rabble Master, and its tokens. Ash Cloud Phoenixes, both sides.
He's got
Portling Outburst.
Archfiend of Depravity, which is maybe good enough, but probably not. Murderous Cut, which is also kind of not certain. It's not good if you're killing a token, good otherwise. One Reclamation Stage, which I think he'll also bring in. Chain of the Rocks plus Outpost Siege is good enough for me to bring that in.
Yeah, I was talking to Brady earlier, and I never really thought about it. That Archfiend of Depravity, they have to sack 2 creatures. It's awesome against the Devotion deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that very
I think
often.
that's the only reason people are putting in their board now
Yep.
is to break those
Green-white Devotion.
the unbreakable board states where Green-White Devotion, they have a Mastery of the Unseen in play, and they're just going nuts, manifesting creatures with their Whisperwood Elemental.
And all of a sudden
Yeah.
you stick that guy, and it's whoop.
Well, I think Whisperwood Elemental reads when a creature dies, so you could technically sacrifice Whisperwood Elemental before Archfiend of Depravity trigger resolves, and then you replace a bunch with a bunch of more manifests. So you have like one extra
Unless they're all
turn.
manifests.
Yeah, you have one extra turn to like catch yourself back up, but it's still a beating for them.
Yeah. If they're already going nuts, they probably can beat it.
Yeah.
But if they're on their way to getting there, it's crazy. Crazy good. But Dylan's going to be bringing in Glare for sure. Probably Valor Stance as well. It kills a lot of
Yeah.
Brady's creatures. And he could be sideboarding into the Control and Hostilities plus Elspeth and Tusarkin plan. But I'm not sure.
I kind of like that idea, but yeah, again, it's kind of hard.
I know my sideboard when I played the Abzan aggro deck, I sideboarded in to the Control version against the mirror for sure. So I feel like it'd be similar for Dylan coming from another aggro.
Brady just mulliganed. I believe Dylan kept. I saw Dylan had a 2-drop. He had Secret the Way and Stoke the Flames. I didn't catch the rest of it. I saw
Yeah.
at least 2 lands.
He had a Glare.
Oh, and a Glare. Yeah,
Glare
I did
is
see the
Glare is
too.
insane. It must be nice playing 2 colors.
It's pretty convenient, but there is a lot of fixing in the set. I think there's not,
No reason.
there's not that many reasons to not play 3. But as we saw last match, like Nathan lost because he
he couldn't.
didn't hit the right mix of mana.
Yep. He lost his first game for it, and both games he had a Portling Outburst just stuck in his hand because
Yeah.
he didn't have double red.
Yeah,
Coming from a Mardu deck playing 3 mana Confluence or something.
3 mana Confluence. Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
So Brady is taking a look at his 6. I think I saw 3 lands of the first 3 cards. Couldn't catch the rest, but he kept it.
Brady is on the play.
Yeah, Siege Rhino, Sandstep Outpost, or whatever the hell that thing's called.
Citadel.
And it looks like a Bile-Blight on top. Unless I'm mistaken.
Dylan Scrag goes to the bottom. Moving on back to Brady.
Bile-Blight and Absent Charm I just caught, along with the Siege Rhino in his hand. So it looks like a pretty good 6.
It's good for Dylan that Brady doesn't have a 2-drop.
I think we might want to just fire off this Bile-Blight here.
Yeah, the tempo.
Because eventually he's going to want to Absent Charm to draw cards, and he wants to do that against an empty board instead of a full board. Yeah, so that's probably what's happening next turn, unless Dylan casts something that's really obnoxious. Well, he's going to play the Death Dealer. I like to draw cards. It's my favorite thing.
It's a lot of people's favorite thing. For Moss. I think Death Dealer was one of the better cards he could have played there. Doesn't die to glare. Well, at least in this
So
specific
now he still has his Absent Charm. He can Absent
situation.
Charm this Brahmaz out of the way.
But it looks like he might be... What is he?
I think he's just getting a force so he doesn't have to pain off of the Confluence.
Gotcha.
But he could just play Rhino. Rhino's pretty good here too.
Attack first.
But if you would attack first if you're going to do the Rhino play. Actually, he can't attack first because he can only pump once. So he would lose his Death Dealer and have to pump.
True.
So should not attack first.
I'd block.
Yeah. So Absent Charm and then attack. So I think Brady is trying to, take on the role of being the aggressor. I don't know if that's what should be done in this matchup.
Yeah,
but
and with the mulligan,
yeah,
it would have been nice to use that Absent Charm to try to get a card back.
Dylan looks like he's going to play the Outpost Siege here. I think that's the most likely play. Just start getting ahead on cards. I don't think he needs to be too concerned about this Death Dealer going nuts. If he doesn't have a way to kill it, he might want to kill it now because Brady's tapped out.
Don't believe he does. He's contemplating 2-drop.
I think that might be a Stoke as the 4th card in his hand.
It is.
So
I guess he could do it
just
now.
Stoke, but I feel like I think that's my least favorite of the options.
Yeah.
Because what is this doing?
No, not mana efficient at all.
And I think if you just play the Siege there, you're getting pretty far ahead. And if Brady is just leaving up 2 mana every turn for the rest of the game, I think you're in pretty good shape.
And most of the time, Brady will attack here. You can't block, and he'll play another creature, and then you can't attack with your Seeker. Because all Brady's creatures are big.
Brady might be afraid of Lightning Strike here. But when Dylan says no blocks, it's pretty clear that he does not have Lightning Strike.
And there comes a Rhino.
So he's going to go up to 19.
Is there an Urborg in play?
There's not an Urborg in play. He needed to pay 1. So I'm going to stop the game.
And we got
Crisis
that fixed.
averted.
We untapped and we glared. And we brought in Mastery. Interesting.
I kind of like it. Like, if you're going to be that control-y deck, that's what you want to do.
That kind of thing.
But this game seems really weird. It seems like neither player really knows what their role is.
Yeah.
They're both kind of adopting the beatdown role when either could play as a slower deck, and they have the cards in their hand to do that.
It's a good sign for Dylan.
Yeah, no plays there is pretty good for him. I would like to draw cards. As I said, that's what I like doing. I like drawing cards.
You don't get to draw it. You exile it.
I know, but it's pseudo draw.
So he gets another Absent Charm removal spell there.
Yeah, I mean, Absent Charm is a fantastic card. I do prefer trying to draw cards off of it, if I can. Sometimes you just have to fire it off, but I don't think that's going to get him ahead when your opponent has Outpost Siege and Mastery of the Unseen in play. The depending on how many times he pumps here, we'll know what Brady's other options are.
Looks like it's not going to be many.
I think he can only pump once, yeah, because he has a planes.
I think
could also
save it up to
You can
regenerate.
also just save up regenerate, yeah. So we drew a Hoarding Outburst. We have Stoke the Flames.
Free land.
If I had to pick someone's shoes to be in right now, I would want to be in Dylan's shoes.
Dylan's looking pretty good so far. Thinking about outbursting.
I think I like outbursting here. It makes us able to cast Stoke the Flames if we need to. You can set up like some blocks and then stoke in response to an activation or something like that.
Regenerate.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be activating Mastery yet. If you could have activated Mastery and played Stoke off of the token, I think that might have been the better play, but since you can't, I'd probably avoid it for now. I think it was a Whisperwood, and there's an Archfiend of Depravity. So the Whisperwood, I am a fan of. I do not like. I don't like
A single block.
playing it pre-combat.
I'm curious about the single block on the Rakshas's Death Deal.
Yeah, I think I would have double blocked it. I think I would have gotten all the creatures. I guess he could have sacked Whisperwood and then got a Manifest.
But I think I'd rather.
I'd rather deal with a Manifest than a Rakshasa Death Dealer. Certainly.
Yeah.
What did we reveal to Siege?
It's another.
Yeah, might as well just play it.
You can gain some serious life.
We're going to gain a lot of life. I would just pass the turn.
Yeah. That's nice.
No reason to attack.
Why not?
I mean, you could attack for one. Attacking for one's fine. But, like, Bile Blight's pretty bad.
But you can manifest.
I think the reason that Brady brought in Archfiend is because he saw in Game 2 that Dylan brought in Mastery.
Mastery plus the tokens. Yeah. Dylan's deck can go pretty wide if it wants to. With Hoarding Outburst, Goblin Rattle Master, Brahmaz. He has Elspeth on the board. But they're all little tokens that don't really mean anything. Another Whisperwood's pretty good.
It's very nice. There's going to be a whole lot of manifesting. How many manifest tokens did you make?
I made up to 8 on each side. I numbered, but there is a stack of at least 30 on each side.
I don't know.
They're numbered up to 8.
I don't know if 8 numbered ones is enough.
But yeah,
That's a Storm Breath.
Storm Breath is a very hard card for Abzan to deal with out of. Besides, obviously,
they have
Hero's
Downfall.
Downfall, but
I actually think Brady's in okay shape here. He gets to attack with Whisperwood Elemental right now. He gets to attack with both creatures if he wants to.
and he has a Arcfiend of Depravity that you said earlier, which seems like it might be pretty sick here.
I mean, even if it's just blocking Storm Breath, which it might not be able to because Storm Breath can monstrous next turn, Brady is going to need to find a removal spell quickly for the Storm Breath, but Because the Storm Breath is actually lethal, because when he monstresses it, it's going
That's what I'm
to deal
saying.
one
There's
or two
only
afraid.
4 ways in the deck to kill Storm Breath, right? Just Hero's Downfall?
Could have boarded something.
Double Bile Blight? Murderous Cut.
There's cuts, yeah.
He has. Is that an Anafenza?
I think it was another Death Dealer. I can't tell. I don't think you're blocking with both of your creatures, so you should at least get in with one of them.
His Manifest might be a real thing too, and that it could be a bigger decision going into this. Why it's
Yeah.
taking so long.
Or chump blocking with a manifest token.
Chain to the Rocks.
So probably just play Archfiend.
Yep.
It's not actually good right now. It's unfortunate for Brady that with the monsters trigger from Stormbreath Dragon, that it's Xyxes damage.
He's got to hope to dodge a land from 2 spots, untap land.
No, monsters is for 7, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he already has 7.
Never mind. He's just reading the card that he never sees.
So he's gonna have to. Oh, that's a Stoke the Flames. So
Doesn't matter
I
either
don't
way.
think that's lethal, but it's close. I think Dylan was a little premature with that attack. I think I would have thought about this a bit more.
The Stoke, yeah. He didn't really. Seems like he. Now he just monstrous.
Yeah,
right?
it seemed like it was kind of on autopilot.
I would.
Yeah, I mean,
That was. Not good.
yeah, that was suboptimal.
There's no reason not to monstrous there. I don't know.
I mean,
Brady most likely can
It
get
leaves
both
up
the
mana
cards
for
out of
him.
his hand.
He did it that way so he could leave up mana for mastery. But if you're going to
Okay.
do that, you should do a pre-combat to
That
at
way
least
you
get him
can-
for the 4 damage.
Yep. He did not think that
So
out.
Brady swings out. We're going to activate mastery. And if Brady can empty his hand, he won't die to Stormbreath.
But can he do that also without tapping Mana Confluence?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see.
Ooh.
That's really good. I don't know if there was a better card right there. I mean, a downfall would have been pretty good too, but
So Brady would be at 7 right now,
and then we manifested end step.
building an army.
I'll land off siege. I mean, Dylan's certainly not dead yet, but he's gotta come up with something soon. He can make two manifest a turn now. If he can find a creature, he is going to be gaining a decent chunk of life. Even if he just manifests once and then flips it up, that's 6 life.
That is 6 life.
And like he can trade off a bunch of his tokens.
Interesting.
We just played a Rabbit Master.
Yep.
That's
No attacks with Storm Breath?
I don't think you can now. Like, you want to be like it just blanks Siege Rhino.
True.
I see a mana confluence in Brady's hand.
Not really what you want to be doing.
Yeah. Not the best card. So by leaving Stormbreath back, Brady doesn't really have good attacks now. And if you can't get enough cards out of his hand, the Stormbreath will eventually become lethal on its own. Can't see what the other card in Brady's hand is. Yeah, I can see why Brady's thinking a bit here, because this is pretty confusing board state. The longer the game goes, I think it actually gets worse for Brady, because Dylan can make, 2 manifest tokens a turn, where Brady's only producing 1. Attacking with Siege Rhino here does nothing, so if he wants to do anything, he has to attack with Siege Rhino and...
Plus, Dylan has Outpost Siege going.
Yeah, I think if I'm Brady here, I'm probably attacking with Siege Rhino and all of the tokens. I don't know if I attack with Whisperwood Elemental. Now he's having second thoughts about it. Hopefully he can't hear me.
It's unlikely he can hear you.
Yeah, I don't think they can hear me. Not talking super loud.
But
yeah,
is
he's having
reasonable
the
to
same
think
thought
about.
process I am. I don't think I would have gotten in with that.
I would, yeah.
So we have a second manifest token.
What do you double?
So I put Stormbreath on Siege Rhino.
Yep.
I put double up on Whisperwood Elemental.
And I might even move a Rabble. You have to.
You have to block with
yeah,
Rabble.
Yeah. If Brady has a hero's downfall here, he wins the game.
He wins the game, but like if he had a hero's downfall, I think he would have came to this decision a little quicker.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't know if it's obvious.
Like you can't really play around Siege Rhino or
Yeah.
Downfall at the moment. So I think the best play is to do the double walk on Whisperwood, but it looks like he's going to opt to just take less damage.
Yeah, I like the
I-
double block on the Whisperwood.
Yeah, because if you don't do that, then he just makes
You are
another one at end step.
You're dead to Abzan. No, I guess you're not dead to Abzan Charm if you block like this.
So that looks like our blocks. We have a Fleecemane Lion. That's pretty good. He picked the wrong thing to block.
Yeah.
So Dylan's going to go 4. He's going to lose all of his creatures except the Stormbreath Dragon.
He needs. I don't know what he needs.
And only one manifest of Brady's died.
He needs to hit a Stoke and a Lightning Strike.
Yeah. I mean, I really would have preferred to double block the Whisperwood Elemental. He would have went to 1, but I think you gotta just do that. If Brady pings himself here and Dylan draws a lightning strike, that's lethal. So that was dangerous. It's very dangerous.
It's monstrous.
He just gave lightning strike as an out to Dylan.
This is pretty big.
Yeah,
This is pretty big here. He's like, oh, okay.
Also, Outpost Siege. Lightning strike?
Nope.
It's a mountain. So it looks as though Brady's pulled this game out.
Yeah. That Stoke turn
Yeah, I mean, I think that made a huge difference. So even if he just makes 2 mastery tokens, he's still gonna die, right? Yeah. And there's a bug on the table. Oh, now the playmat's all dirty.
Murderer. What a murderer.
Oh, Osmodo, you are correct. It didn't matter anyways, because he would have left the card in his hand. So it was more correct to play the Inoffensive. Or you could leave a card in hand and make your opponent think you had Hero's Downfall when it just wanted to do if you had cast it.
Robin. We gotta think here.
We gotta think.
You never know, like...
I mean, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear this game is over.
Like...
I mean, you only even need to attack with 4 things. Just to be, like, extra sure.
You gotta get your Anafenza trigger.
Just
Like,
attack with all the 4/4s. Make Fleece Mainline a 4/4. You can even leave your 2 manifest tokens back if you'd like. I mean, I don't really see a reason to. Like Dylan just plays. Dylan could play. I don't know, like Deflecting Palm. Would that even matter? I don't think it would.
I don't believe that there's a card in the format. Is there a fog?
He does need to attack with everything to kill him this turn. To like play around a removal spell plus
Activating.
I don't like putting the +1/+1 counter on Whisper Elemental. I think I want to put it on a 2/2. Fleece Mainline you can get the 4 by itself.
He's gonna if say he activates, hits a 2-drop on
Remorse?
on Morphs. I think he hit something right now. He's counting. That'd be pretty sick.
It gains 4. He probably need to hit a 2-drop. That was a mountain. I don't know what the first one was, but he can gain 6 if the first one was a 2-mana creature.
That's it. Brutal. He was a little too antsy with that attack with Storm Breath.
Yeah, I think he just thought he had it, and he didn't, you know,
Maybe he
stop and think about
overthought it.
Yeah.
Because he was reading the card a lot. But that's it for the quarters.
Yeah.
Brady's moving on.
Yeah. Should be coming up with our semifinal matches
here pretty shortly.
soon.
Jeskai, we know Jeskai Tokens has moved on. Abzan Aggro mid-range-ish has moved on. And
What else do we got? What is Victor playing?
Jeskai.
So there's 2
Jeskai has moved on. So we have 2 Jeskai right now.
I forget what Luke is playing. That's Victor's list.
He's playing Jedi Mind Games.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
That's his deck name, though.
I know, I saw that. I still don't know what that means.
He did say the event's name is Victor's Victory.
Oh,
And,
well.
he's in top 4.
Called shot.
He's calling a shot.
There's Luke's deck. Luke is playing Abzan Whip.
All right. 2 Abzan, 2 Jeskai. Awesome.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. So we'll go ahead and
Take a quick break,
we'll be back
we'll be
with
back
the semis.
pretty shortly. All right, so that
We're
was
back.
a quick break. Jeskai Meter.
Jeskai.
Is Victor playing Jeskai tokens or Jeskai
It
Jeskai?
looks like it's Jeskai beats with
Jeskai,
lots of one-ofs. Yeah.
So we just saw Stan beat Nathan. So we got a pretty good idea what's in his deck. I don't think we've seen Victor
We
on
haven't
camera
seen Victor
all day.
All day. He's got 4 Rabble Master, 4 Mantis Rider, 4 Stokes, with 3 Soulfire Grandmasters, 3 Seekers, 2 Digs, 2 Lightning Strikes, 2 Magma Jets, 2 Valor Stance, 1 Sarkin, 1 Outpost, 1 Negate, 1 Deflecting Palm,
This is just like a
1 God's Willing,
commentator's like troll.
1 of Johnny's Presence,
I got one of all these weird cards
and 4
that
Jeskai Charm.
are just weird. They're weird. 1 main deck negate,
it
1
is-
main deck deflecting.
It's
palm,
called
1 main
Jeskai
deck.
Mind Games. You never know what he's got.
It is mind games. Sure.
He was over at my house playing this till about 4 a.m. last night.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he's kind of out of his mind. But I think I'm not sure which deck I advantage in the matchup, which has the edge. But Victor's on the play because
Well, I
he's in
think
the
I think the
fourth
token stack is just better.
seed. Okay.
Like in almost every single way. So, but I've been pretty bad with all my predictions today. So that's yeah. I mean, he's off to a better start, certainly.
And he has no blue.
Who needs blue?
Victor.
Oh, okay. Oh, we got dubs.
It's not bad.
It's not. There's no Bobblight in this matchup.
No Bobblight. Free to just run him out.
Is this a Rabble Master? Should not play that pre-combat. Not a Rabble Master. It is a Hordeling Outburst. One, 2, tree tokens.
Victor does
He
have
does
an
have
island
he does have an island.
and a Mantis Rider, so if he wants to start going to the air, he can.
I don't see why not.
Depends what else
If
is
he
in his
has the
hand.
God's Willing, it's just like the biggest blowout ever right now.
It is. And it's the Jeskai Mind Games. He's attacking with everything.
I mean, that's what I would do. Like, even if I didn't have the God's Willing or a Johnny's Presence or anything like that.
Deflecting Palm can't cast
If I'm
it.
Stan, I'm triple blocking a Soulfire Grandmaster here. How do you feel about that?
I agree. Depending on Stan's hand, but this is a pretty aggressive start from Victor.
Yeah, you need to stem the bleeding. I mean, I guess you could consider double blocking one and jumping another, but I like the triple block.
Yeah, it looks
What
like.
he's reaching for.
Yeah, let's look like what he's going to do.
Just to play around Wild Slash. I don't even know if he has Wild Slash in his deck, but
Nope, he's playing Magma Jet.
I would still play around it anyways.
I think the triple block makes sense. But does Victor have the God's Will? Or the Johnny's Presence?
I mean, the Johnny's Presence would be worse. Okay, so we do opt for the triple block. Oh boy.
He's got it.
We do
He
have
has the
God's
God's
Willing. Main deck God's Willing. That's it's pretty good.
He's
Need the
scry.
scry.
Hopefully name the right color. Alright.
I'm gonna pick blue. I'm really afraid of your zero mana blue spell.
The God Willing did have lifelink.
Does not gain life though.
And now stands in a pretty bad spot.
I mean, it was still the right play.
I believe that you're correct on that.
He needs to deal with the Mantis Rider first. I think that looks like a monastery. Whatchamacallit? Monastery Mentor.
Stan does play Lightning Strike, right? Or was he the deck
he's
that
he's
did
the one
not?
with no lightning strikes. So we
Well,
got 4 mana.
Mantis Rider's
What
going
do
to
we
be
do with 4?
is excellent in this matchup then.
Playing a Citadel Siege. We're gonna tap some things down, I think. It's the less.
No.
No, we're putting counters on things.
We're getting big.
That's fine too. Actually, yeah, that's probably better.
We need cons/dragons tokens.
That'd be nice. Another Mantis Rider? Ah.
The Ravels.
He's just trying to start
Rabble,
going,
rabble, rabble, rabble.
going out wide.
You want to jam in with everything? We jamming?
I think so.
We okay? Just we cannot attack with Rabble Master. Oh, we're stoking,
We're stoking. We're stoking.
and that stoke has life.
That Stoke has lifelink. See if Victor sees it. He does,
You can't not see it.
right?
It has life.
But I'm pretty sure he'd forget.
And our Soulfire gained vigilance, and our Mantis Rider lost vigilance. There we go.
There we go.
We're fixed.
Now you guys understand how I could have forgot the lifelink. But nonetheless, he's being
This
aggressive.
is a pretty nutty draw. By
He
Victor.
also plays four Jeskai Charm, so it's like a lot of burn. There's no reason
yeah.
not to attack there, just to so you have the chance to burn him out. 2 Lightning Strike and 2 Magnet Jet. 4 Stokes.
and hostilities. So it's going to be 4-4 lifelinker, which is pretty good. I think Victor's down to 1 card. It's only fair if he's down to 1 card because he's
Look at his
played
board.
all of the stuff.
He's curved out nicely.
Yeah. So he'd have to block. I think he'd have to block Rabble Master. You take
You take
6-9. Would not die. Gets 1 more turn if he
Take
blocks.
7, right?
There's another token.
Yeah.
It'd be 8. Oh, another Rabble Master. That's pretty good. I mean, Stan could also just have like a removal spell here.
Yeah, if he has a Wild Slash.
Or a Stoke would actually be really good, because the Stoke has lifelink. He gets a block and then Stoke.
Victor's not turning down.
Turn down for nothing.
I'm not thinking about it. We're going in.
So if you have Stoke here, I think you block Soulfire and then you Stoke Rabble Master.
Yeah. And I like Victor's posture.
But I don't know what Stan has in his hand. Those look like a Stoke. On the bottom. Or some other red card.
Can't quite see it.
The last card in his hand right now. So now the top card in his hand. Blocking Soulfire, we be stoking.
Yep. It's not bad.
You like how I could follow the card in his hand? That was nice.
It's not
That's why it's really important to shuffle your cards in your hand. Time for game 2 is, yes, premature, mister. Taking...
3,
Still taking a lot.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So
Gain
he,
8.
he takes 4.
Yeah. So we ended up at the same life total. Victor's going to 36. That's a lot.
He also got to scry that turn with his land and he put it on the bottom.
If Stan can kill the Rabble Master this turn, he's in pretty good shape because this is going to be a 6/6 lifelinking dude.
Drew another land for the turn.
Scryland. It's a Valorous stance. That doesn't do much.
Yeah, it's toughness.
I mean, you could block. I guess he can use the Valorous stance to block Rabble Master and make his guy indestructible. That's
Instructed.
probably the best
6.
play.
And he takes 1, 2,
I think
3,
that was the
4,
Jeskai Charm.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I think it was Jeskai Charm, and we're gonna put Soulfire on top and then win the game. But
Could be
I
wrong.
would imagine he would do that quicker. Or maybe because he plays main
No,
deck
I
negate.
think you're right. Look
He
at-
plays main deck negate, so he's assuming his opponent might be playing main deck negate. Oh, we got a response. I'll give my guy indestructible.
I'll destroy it.
Yeah. So Stan, for how good Victor's hand was, I think Stan
Held on pretty
held
good.
on pretty well.
But I think if Stan does not have lightning strikes, I think Mantis Riders.
Stan does have 3 anger.
Okay. 3 anger's pretty good. Both of them are going to bring in glare. They both have glare. Yep.
Yeah. So 3 anger, 2 glare, maybe 2 negate coming in for Stan because Victor is playing a more spell heavy deck,
All right.
spell heavy Jeskai version. I think we want to take out Valor Stance.
Yep.
Probably want to also take out Citadel Siege.
Yeah.
That seems right to me.
Yeah. Victor's got 2 glare, 2 negate, 2 Valor Stance, which he won't bring in, 2 erase, which he can bring in because of Jeskai's tendency,
He didn't see it. I don't know.
but
if
he didn't
knows
see it yet. 2 Magma Jet, 3 Disdainful Stroke, which he probably should not bring in, and 2 Scouring Sands. That's the 1 damage to opponent. It's creatures. So, glare for sure. I think Scouring Sands is pretty good.
I mean, the game was over because he drew the Jeskai Charm. If he didn't draw the Jeskai Charm, that was very much a close game. Like, I'm pretty sure he had a Treasure Cruise in hand. Maybe he didn't. He probably would have cast a Treasure Cruise.
He didn't have a Treasure Cruise.
But he just had a huge lifelinking dude.
Yeah, it would have been an 8/8 the next turn.
Just perfectly fine.
10,
Especially
10.
because those tokens have to attack. Goblin tokens must attack. You
Block.
gain a bunch of
Block.
life. I will block. I would like to block.
Yeah, cards that Victor wants to take out: Valorous Stance, Deflecting Palm.
Oh, that's staying in. You know it's staying in.
That's probably staying in.
It shouldn't stay in, but
it
you know
shouldn't.
it's staying in.
Yeah, that's the Jedi mind games.
Yeah.
Like he's probably actually not sideboarding at all, but he's doing this.
Yeah, it's all mind game.
That's what he tells me he does.
I mean, if you want to do that, you should just shuffle your entire sideboard in your deck.
That's
and
what
then
I
take out
told
15
him. But you
cards.
think he's gonna remember what cards are supposed to be out? That's what he told me.
Seriously?
I'm just telling you what I've been told.
That's
But I do like
sad.
Mantis Rider in this matchup.
Yeah, when you don't have Lightning Strike, like Mantis Rider gets really good.
Gets a run free.
Yeah, he has to use a Stoke on it, and you don't want to use a Stoke on that.
You don't want to use a Stoke on the Mantis Rider.
He was close. He
Valor
was close to
Stance.
making.
Come on.
He was close to making the right decision.
Get it out of there. But if he has Valor Stance in, that means Mantis Rider is never going to die.
Yeah, but
I
does
know.
that matter?
No. Because he can just Godsmawn. Or Johnny's Presence, which are not going to come out, I don't think.
Yeah, it looks like Valor Stance is staying in. We're also distributing our sideboard cards throughout our deck because that matters for some reason.
He's
It
shuffling,
doesn't- By the way, it doesn't matter.
but he's shuffling. Doesn't matter. Put him in your deck however you want.
It's just, it tilts me so much. It's so frustrating watching people like.
They're sideboarding in 14 cards and they riffle them in, like one at a time.
Just put them all on top. You're gonna shuffle. Why are you going through the trouble of like spacing them out? Unless you think it's helping you. Do you think it's helping you? Okay, you're a cheater. Like it bothers me so much. No, we're done sideboarding. Okay, good. We're putting him in. I don't want to deal with that. He didn't board the angers in. Stan is looking at some angers in the sideboard.
Took out Raise the Alarm.
I mean, isn't anger just like
Kill.
awesome?
Kill. Every single
except for Sarkin.
one of your creatures, except I have a single Sarkin.
I just don't understand when you have a card like Anger in your deck and you don't bring it in what has to be like the best matchup for Anger.
Besides mono red, yeah.
Like, if you're not going to bring them all in, why are you playing that many in your sideboard?
It's true.
Who?
Victor.
So Victor took out 3 Goblin Rabble Masters, 2 Lightning Strikes, a Magma Jet, and a Seeker of the Well.
Which means he boarded in what? These were on the board.
So he brought in a single erase. He left one on the side.
Brought in 2 glares.
He brought in 2 glares.
He brought in 2 negates.
He brought in 2 negates, yep. And Scouring Sands. 2 Scouring Sands.
Well, I like that more than Stan leaving an Anger in his board. I don't really like boarding out all the...
He did leave in, so he took out 2 Valor Sands. He
Well, that's
left,
correct.
He left, did he leave, how many does he have?
Yes, 2.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I think that's correct.
I mean, I don't think it's correct, but it's... I just, again, like, I don't understand why you have Anger in your board and you don't bring it into this matchup.
Yeah. Why do you have 2 erase when you only bring in 1?
Maybe when you're on the play, you don't want to bring it in.
2 erases?
But he brought in 2 Anger.
Oh,
It's not the 3rd.
interesting.
Well, Stan's off to a good start here.
Yep. 2 drop.
2 drop versus no 2 drop.
Rebel Master on the draw, I can agree with.
Yeah. It's a pretty good card, though.
It is. Victor's got a Jeskai Charm,
It's not so hot right now.
a Dig Through Time, a Mantis Rider. Mantis Rider's not bad, but I believe Stan has a Glare. Stan with a Raise the Alarm on the end step. Going out wide.
So Stan boarded out 1 Jeskai Ascendancy, 1 Wild Slash, 2 Valor Stance, 1 Hordeling Outburst, 1 Raise the Alarm, boarded in 2 Anger, 2 Negate, 2 Glare of Heresy. The cards he brought in I like. I think
I
I don't
agree.
know if you like board out 1 Jeskai Ascendancy. Like you either board them all out or you board none of them out. Yeah, I think the only thing I disagree with is not bringing in the Lost Anger. He could have boarded in the Sarkins to have a better way to deal with Mantis Rider and to just put pressure on. God's willing.
We had a nice little fight right there over that.
Yeah. Gain 2 off of our Wild Slash.
Yep. But
Gain
now
2 more.
the Glare is out of the way, and Victor gets to resolve his Mantis Rider.
Which is going to be pretty good.
Gets to run free.
Yeah.
Looks like he might have an Outpost Siege. These matchups feel like whoever gets to be on the play
Yeah.
helps a lot.
No, I think if I'm Victor, I'm still just playing the Mantis Rider here. You get him for 3. You have a good blocker that your opponent... It's hard for Victor because Victor doesn't know if Stan has Lightning Strikes or not.
Yep.
But, like, we know that Stan doesn't have Lightning Strikes.
Stan's down to 2 cards too, so
We're Scouring Sands. We're trading Scouring Sands for a...
a single Raise the Alarm.
Scouring Sands with Soulfire seems pretty awesome. You
That
just
is
get
pretty
a
nice.
bunch of life.
You have
And now
6 guys?
Scouring Sand is face down on the table for some
That's
reason.
not. He was scrying.
Oh, he's scrying. That card lets you scry. I forgot about that.
So So Victor left it on top. I assume it has to be a land.
I guess.
I mean, Stan's down to 3 cards with just a 2/2 in play. Victor has a grip.
The fact that he's fetching here makes me think it's something spicy, though. Got a treasure cruise?
Could be a Cruise. Could be a Sarkin, right?
He didn't board him in. Oh no, or he... Actually, I didn't see him in a sideboard, so yeah, he did board him in. I must be going crazy. And Sarkin's very good in this matchup. It is a cruise.
It's a
though.
Cruise. He's cruising. That's pretty good. Nice.
I think I would attack the last mana.
Nice reload.
Leave one more card in your graveyard, because like if you draw another cruise, and there's very few 1 mana spells you actually want to cast. But he's pretty far ahead right now.
And he drew another glare.
Yeah, Stan is in very good shape right now.
There was another Mantis Rider that Victor got.
I mean, that's fine. I probably would have left that on top too. It is kind of unfortunate because he's not going to be able to cast all the cards in his hand. He's
Yep.
going to end the game with cards in his hand, so you don't usually want that to happen, but Mantis Rider happens to be pretty good in this matchup. I think that was an Ascendancy. Or some, like, gold land. It is an Ascendancy. Now we
Into
can
glare.
into glare.
Pump my dude.
Trigger. Pitches a Soulfire. Grandmaster. Comes in for 3. Puts 8 to 27. It's 8. 1, 2? No, it's 3.
There we go.
All set.
He passes back.
We're loaded up on Jeskai Charms, which are not good right now. When your opponent's at 27,
He has another Mantis Rider. You can play and hope it sticks.
I don't see why he wouldn't do that. But the problem is Mantis Rider is less good when Stan has the Ascendancy because
You can
you
just
can actually
pump.
trade with a creature.
Yep.
But I don't know what else Victor has. If Victor has a way to remove the Soulfire Grandmaster, I think that might be the correct play. So he draws the 1 Rabble Master he left in the deck.
I don't know how I feel about Rattle Master over.
Yeah, I think I would have wanted the Rider. There is an Anger in Stan's hand. If he can play another spell prior to playing Anger, it's pretty good. Gets his Soulfire Mentor up to a 4/4.
That is pretty good.
But he has a Monastery Mentor, and I think if you cast that and then you get to the turn when you have 2 spells, it's just unreal because all of your monks stay alive because of the Jeskai Ascendancy. And you just like
He does have a Sarkin.
one-sided wrath them. Yeah, so I was incorrect. He did board into Sarkins. I just wasn't thinking. Drew land. I think you still want to pitch land. You might not. He has 2 Monastery Mentors in hand. I don't know if he wants both. I could see him pitching either the land or a Monastery Mentor. Yeah, he's gonna pitch the Monastery Mentor. It'll help him play 2 spells. Like if he draws a spell next turn, he can one-sided wrath plus. Okay, so he's attacking for 7 here. Puts Victor to 1. Victor basically is forced to swing back at the Sarkin and kill it. Which he can, but I don't know what kind of follow-up he has. He can Jeskai Charm the Soulfire Grandmaster to the top to stay alive. Or he can actually lifelink. I think that's actually the right play.
Attack +1/+1 on lifelink.
Yeah, +1/+1 on lifelink. He sends the Rival Master at Sarkin, and then he sends all the tokens at Stan. So Stan takes 4.
You gain.
Sarkin dies, you gain 8.
It's pretty good.
I think that's the best play.
And I think that's what he might be doing. We'll see how he winds up the attack of what is attacking what.
Yeah, I mean, it'll exactly kill Sarkin.
Everything's at Sarkin. Yeah, I think
mean-
he's gonna cast the charm. He just misses out
Missed
on
out
4
on some
damage.
We don't know exactly where he chose his damage to go.
So he should gain how much?
He should gain 8.
So he should get 9.
Yeah. Am I wrong? It's 4,
4.
5, 6. It's 9. It's
It's
9.
9,
Yeah, I was wrong. Counting's hard.
The maths.
But he could have also just hit Stan for 4, which would have been.
So now Stan kind of wants to cast Anger.
I mean, if he has another spell to cast prior, that's great.
But I don't believe he does. I think he has
His
2
land,
lands.
Mentor, Anger. I mean, he can attack before he casts Anger. Also, he gains 12 off of Anger.
That's awesome.
That's a lot of life.
Well, is it still on the? Is there like state?
Yeah, it has the spell has lifelink, so it doesn't matter as long as it resolved. It was played when Soulfire is in play. I think Soulfire says when you cast a spell or instant or sorcery spells you cast have lifelink.
That's interesting.
I don't think he's forced to do it. He might want to, but I don't think it's necessary. He could also play Mentor first and then play Anger and leave a Mentor in play. Because it'll be 4 power, but
Yeah.
he'll lose the token. But he'll gain significantly more life. Like, he'll gain a lot of life. I think I actually like playing the Mentor. You gain a ton of life, and you get to loot. You get to loot it either way, but
Well, you're not gonna have any cards left.
he has a land.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Nice.
So if he does the trigger correctly, he's going to gain 18. And he's going to be left with the Mentor in play.
Is that another mentor?
I think he's pitching a land, whatever it is here. I didn't see what he drew, though. Likelihood they forget the lifelink? No, he's
counting
counting
it right now.
Or I think he might have just been saying, like, these are the things that die.
Yeah, they're counting now. 3, 6, 9, 12,
It's
15, 18. 18 life.
You think they got it? Probably. Yep. Here we
So
go.
it should be at 48? Or no?
48.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's real nice.
That's when you have 3 Boros Reckoners in play and you cast Anger of the Gods.
Oh boy. With a Jeskai ascendancy. All my guys live. You take 9. I gain 4 million. That's a Sarkin, right? That was pretty good.
What happened?
I think he ripped a Sarkin.
What did Victor do?
He stoked the Monastery
Okay.
Mentor. But I think we drew Sarkin.
That's
Which
pretty
is
good.
a 2-turn clock, plus we get to loot away this land.
Drew another land?
I think so. And then put Victor down to 4.
It's tough.
Yeah, and there's not many cards that deal with it. He probably has to play a Mantis Rider, like whittle it down and then chump block it on the way back.
He even has a negate in his hand. This hasn't been.
A Valorous Stance, that destroys, right? It doesn't exile, so it does not work. Also, it doesn't do anything against Stan at all. I guess it can protect one of your creatures.
Yeah.
I thought he boarded out all of his.
No.
Maybe I counted incorrectly.
He has. Does he have one in the main? He has 4 in the total, and we only had 2 in the side. So he didn't take
okay.
any out.
Okay. You want to get him to 45, or you want to take Sarkin down to 2? I think I want to take Sarkin down to 2.
Yep. Seems good to me. This is a
Never
lot
know.
of
Getting him
life.
down to 45 might be relevant. Was that a Stoke? It looked like a spell. Like any spell is like really good right here. Might have just been a creature because I think he would have jammed the spell pre-combat. Oh, it was a Mentor. So, Mantis Rider is pretty good here. Does he have it?
No. Looks like he has an Outpost Siege, a Negate, a Dig, and a Valor Stance.
Well, he should have 6 cards in his graveyard by now. Maybe not.
If he digs and hits a Mantis Rider, that's pretty good.
Yeah, like Mantis Rider is very, very good right now.
Mantis Rider, ooh,
Packs him up.
maybe not.
I mean, the Realm Master was exiled, so he might not have had that many cards in
Not
his
many,
graveyard. But I felt like the game went long enough for there to be enough cards gone. Gaining 18 off an Anger of the Gods. That's pretty nice.
That's kind of nice.
So we're gonna go to game 3. Be checking some of the sideboards here.
I have got the Casting Anger Gods with 3 Boros Reckoners in play.
That's nice. That's real nice. What about Blasphemous Act?
No, that wasn't my thing.
What
it was
was
when
it?
we were playing the Red Devotion deck.
Oh, yeah.
They were
I
mono-
missed that deck.
They were mono blue. They were at 9. I had no way to get through.
Just anger one guy.
Anger all my guys.
So Victor's determining whether he wants to board in these Goblin tokens.
He's got to take out his Valor Stances.
They just
They
the
don't.
only time they do anything is when
He stokes a
Stan
Mantis Rider.
or when Stan has a Jeskai Ascendancy in play. It is like making a token huge, but like you really want to use a Valor Stance killing a token? Like
No.
it's no good. You rather board in the other erase, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then you still have another slot open to board something else in.
Magma Jet seems reasonable too.
Yep.
Stan's playing a lot of X2s.
Yeah, I would bring in both Magma Jets, both Erases, both Negates, both Glares, and the Scouring Stance. And you can take out Deflecting Palm, your Valor Stances. Do you even want Digs? They're fine.
I think I want Dig.
He's got some interesting one-ups. Sarkin's fine, but I feel like you just want to win off the back of a Mantis Rider or Rabble Master. Now that he's on the play, he'll probably bring back the Rabble Masters.
Yeah, it looked like he went through and just pulled the stances out. So
Yeah, I think stance is pretty bad.
I think he learned his lesson.
He drew it and was like, ugh.
Yeah, what does this do? Why is this in my deck?
Still has the Gods Willing in there, just saw it.
I think that's fine.
I think so
Like,
too. Gods Willing.
Stan's got removal spells. God's Willing seems good. It's not a card people like. It's good, especially when it's a one-of, because your opponents are kind of obligated to play around it after they saw it in game one, but they don't know how many you have, and when they're playing around it, it's not in your hand. It's really, really good for you. I think, actually, think Jeskai Charm might not be that great. It's better on the play when you can play a more tempo-y type game, where
Yeah.
you can just put stuff on top of their deck, but, you know, Stan's running a lot of life gain, and it's... I feel like the mode that's usually most relevant on Jeskai Charm is Four to the Face, and when that mode becomes irrelevant, the card obviously gets less good.
Yeah, but being on the play I think helps it too, because you get he plays guys and gets to attack with mana open, and Stan kind of has to tap out for guys.
Yeah.
In which case the +1/+1 lifelink becomes better, but
Lots of sideboard.
we pull the Johnny's Presence to the front. Codswell into the front.
I mean, for the same reason where I said that, like, leaving the Goswelling in is good, like, you could just also take it out and your opponent might play around it anyways, too, so there's that. I love doing that with, like, really awkward tricks, especially in limited formats. Like, if I play a really weird trick that you wouldn't normally play all the time, if I ever play it, I always board it out, but you still can posture like you have the card in your hand, and you get so much value out of having just played it in a previous game.
Or if you have a second one, you bring in the second.
Yeah, I mean that too.
And you do it once and like, okay, we don't have another one.
Innistrad, yeah. Frightful Delusion.
Frightful
You
Delusion.
play that Frightful Delusion once, they're going to play around that for the rest of the match, and you just board it out immediately because that card sucks. Card's just no bueno. I wish you played in the team draft last night. It would have been real funny
should've.
to get some with it. Excuse me, sir. Force Spike and draw a card. Discard a card. Use in trouble.
You spread them out.
Gotta spread them out.
Spread them. This is a big game.
Yeah.
I don't believe they split.
It's for
Unless
the
top four did?
The top four did not split.
There's no reason to.
So what? If
At this
first
point-
place gets 400, second place gets 200, and third and fourth get 100 apiece. So they're paying for like basically $200 because the EV of winning this game is 300.
And they're all qualified for a yearly now that they top aided, which should be an exciting event.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. Especially I like the limited element of that event.
Yep. 2 days, you have to draft and play standard, then come back and draft and play standard.
Yeah,
It's exciting.
big fan.
And it's like, it's an edge because a lot of people to earn the points to play in these tournaments are drafting. And then they have to play standard.
Right, or some people just only play standard and not
standard.
draft. So
And
like
so-
you have to be pretty well rounded.
You have to be around.
do well in
The
the
yearly.
main event.
However, our previous champion did not do very well today.
He
Brett Becker.
he actually lost in the last round to someone who could not make the top 8 unless there was an unintentional draw at the fourth table, and he otherwise would have made the top 8.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. So there was some dream crushing involved. But I mean,
He's already qualified
there's-
for everything.
There's
so.
no right for someone like you don't have a right for someone to scoop to you. Like he was obviously upset that he lost, but like he wasn't upset as an opponent for not scooping him in the top 8.
And his brother made the top 8.
Yeah.
Both those brothers are already qualified for the yearly. They want
Luck.
they want the little brother in. There's the third. But looks like we got our opening hands. We both kept. Putting that one to the bottom. And we'll take a draw.
So our other matches in Abzan Mir. What do you think the likelihood is that they finish before this match finishes?
I know the
I think
players.
it's on like a 10%.
I know the
5%?
players, and I know that they're not going to finish.
Okay. Ever. We got a turn 2 Soulfire Grandmaster.
One of those
Okay.
players, I think, went to time 3 rounds today.
I heard all but one round.
Oh. Yeah.
But I don't know if that's accurate. And I know the other one had one unintentional draw.
Both leading with 2
A
drops.
lot of it has to do with the deck too. Like Abzan just it doesn't do anything.
A dig.
Bo, I heard you're playing blue-black control and your opponent left in deflecting palm against you. I think I would refuse a split if my opponent would be a.
Also, your opponent's in 4th, playing in the semis right now. He didn't take one? Who didn't take one?
Didn't have to take
He
one.
didn't have to take one.
He can take one if he wants to.
Yeah.
It's legal. It's
You're
legal
allowed
board
to take
state.
one. We got a Soulfire off right now.
No, there's definitely temples in play.
But
You can
Victor,
make a red and a 1.
Victor is
So no one had to take one.
Victor's on a 2-lander right now.
Oh, that's good.
He's gaining 4 this turn.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's a pretty big swing.
Bo's not liking the quote unquote
Thanks.
sick rubbin.
Thanks for the kind reminder. Yep, Victor's still stuck on 2.
It's got a lightning strike though, which is pretty good here too. God's willing.
If he God's willing back, I'd be very
He does
happy.
not have it in his deck. He has nothing in his deck to deal with this, but he can play Raise the Alarm and Trade here, which I think is pretty good when your opponent's stuck on 2. No, not gonna do that.
He can raise the alarm and block.
He already took the 2 damage.
Oh. He can raise the alarm and attack.
Well, he's casting Raise the Alarm.
Do we know what Victor's opening hand was? These 2 lands? I guess.
I mean, he had 2 Soul Fires.
Yeah, I
and
would
he had
keep it.
Removal spell. You have to
That's a
keep
good
those
thing.
hands, right? You can't mulligan them. Stan has a Citadel Siege, so we go in. We just making some tokens big and racing, or
We making tokens big and racing. Victor's stuck on 2. We're at 19.
it's on parity for the first turn, but every subsequent turn it
Yeah.
gets pretty
It gets
obnoxious.
out of hand quick. And that's what he's doing.
I mean, he could also just tap the Soulfire every turn, but I think it's better. Just you race better when you are putting tokens on things. 1/1 counters on things. I don't think it works that way. I think you can only put.
He's reading it.
It's one, right?
Yeah, it's only
Yeah,
one creature.
he fixed it.
I think he's fixing it. This is in Camarillo, California.
There's a mod in the chat.
Yeah. Bo taking care of things for us.
Victor's still not hitting his land, but he does have a Scouring Stance that he just
Yeah. Well, he didn't have an opportunity to cast it. I mean, he could do it here just to get. He could do it. He could do it post combat. Get both the creatures. I would have definitely done it post combat.
Game 2.
Because I don't think like holding on to your you want to just get the board clear, right? I mean,
Yep.
because now he's just going to bash it for 5. 5's a lot.
Yeah. That would have been good to
5's
attack.
like 2 more than 3.
And I-
so
And I think he would have blocked.
yeah, he certainly would have blocked. And I don't think it would have been a bad play to block.
Someone on the Lakers broke Kyle Korver's nose.
Good.
I see a treasure cruise. It's looking good for Stan.
Yeah. Well, Victor missing land drops.
Outburst, FNM promo outburst.
No,
Or
it's
you want to
spreading the tokens out.
attack for 5, or you want to put counters on it? God.
I don't think you have a choice, right?
Huh?
Do you have a choice?
Yeah, you can put it on any creature.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like the where it taps your the biggest creature.
No, I think it's not bolster. It's just put 2 counters on something.
That's pretty good.
I'm not 100% certain, but I'm like 80% certain. Someone will probably promptly correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. We are seeking the way. It does kind of make sense for him to make a bunch of 3/3s, but now I think I would make the 5/5 just so we can get in without being double walked.
I do like how Victor plays. He plays his card, puts his hand down, arms crossed.
Cross arms. I imagine he's staring at his opponent. He's like, screw you, I only have 2 lands. That's another Citadel Siege. Lots of counters. Counters, everywhere.
Getting big.
It's Citadel Siege. The con/the White Siege. You can either pick to put 2 counters on things at beginning of your combat step, or you can choose dragons, which taps.
Their biggest creature.
No, it just taps a creature of your choice.
You don't
at
get to
the beginning
choose.
of their combat. I'm again 80% certain. Look it up. We have the internet.
We played it last night in the draft.
I mean, in the draft, like you just play the game and then you're like, you want to keep playing, or are we done?
We have a heated debate.
Oh, tap target creature that player controls. Did someone cheat against you?
Nope.
Yeah, the card's just
Yeah.
very stupid.
That's doesn't seem remotely fair.
No, we were not correct because one of us was wrong, and I would like to remind him that he was wrong. But thank you for pasting the text in there. That does help everyone out. It's kind of sad to see Victor go out like this. Like, you don't want to see someone just get completely screwed on lands. He does have a Stoke in his hand, so he can take out, like, he can wait for Stan to target one of the 3/3s and Stoke in response, gain 4. But that's not that good. Or he could, like, try and block first. It's
Yeah.
rough. It's pretty rough.
That's how it happens sometimes.
Yeah, he's stoking. So it's incorrect.
Victor does not have angers.
Since it's the Citadel Siege ability targets, you can respond to the targeting and at least stop him from putting
The
2
big-
extra power on the board.
On the big dude.
Unless you're really concerned about a negate or something.
Bo's calling justice.
Oh. That's fair. A little tidbit of advice to all you Magic players out there: you should draw the amount of land your deck wants to draw. It's kind of important. It's pretty important. And that's the game. So Stan is going to move on to the finals.
Victor's called shot. It's not there.
Yeah, did not happen for Victor.
He named the event Victor's Victory.
Yeah, well,
his deck
that did not
sheet,
happen.
right
he,
here.
he did put up a good showing.
Yeah.
Made it to the top 4. Stan is going to be playing against an Abzan deck.
I'm not sure which
pilot we don't know, and which version we don't know. We're going to go see if we can grab the other semifinals match.
Because
if
I'm
they're
sure
in
it is
game
not
2.
over yet. Maybe even
if it went
game 1.
If it went 2 games, like it might be over.
Yeah.
But we'll see if we can grab another game for you. Otherwise, we're gonna be taking a break until the finals, which should be coming up soon.
Shortly. Thanks for watching. It's not muting. Yes, you can hear the clicking. It's not like a pro setup. It will get better. All right, we're back here with the finals. We have Luke Larson, who is playing Abzan. Is it just mid-range?
Whip.
Whip. Abzan
Yeah,
Whip.
haven't seen
Oh,
Whip in a while, but I got to see him and Brady top deck the shit out of each other for like 10 turns in a row. It was pretty nuts. But eventually Luke found a Soul of Innistrad, which got him back in the game.
You guys are ready?
Yeah, we're good. Stan, we've seen a few times today already. He's playing Jeskai tokens.
Yep.
I think this is pretty simple. The game goes long, Luke wins. The game goes short, Stan wins.
Yep.
But
Who's favored? This match has been played so many times.
yeah, I mean,
throughout
this is kind of a classic matchup.
all of Standard.
I think that Victor's version of Jeskai probably matches up better against Absent Whip. Stan's is more like is a little slower, and it has cards like Wild Slash that don't do too much.
Yep.
But he still certainly can come out of the gates and win very quickly.
Both players kept 7. Lands back and forth into a Wayfinder.
Flips 2 lands, Wayfinder and Courser. I think that's a Temple of Malady that's going in the hand.
Yep.
Sure is. For all of you people who love when people smack their cards together really loud, Luke Larson is the best at it.
I think
I can hear it through the door.
if I was his opponent, I would just, can you please stop? Because it's like you're
play the land.
you're not even shuffling your hand.
That's nice. It's
You're,
nice.
you're literally just
No,
snapping cards.
I mean, he does shuffle his hand.
No,
he does.
they go back the same exact way.
After
he's
you
just
do it,
flipping
if you
them.
do it twice.
They flip them back each way. You know, if there's a card, you know where it is. If you're paying attention, you're just being obnoxious.
So, Luke declines to block there. I guess he wants to save his Courser and not deal with Wild Slash, or basically just Wild Slash, right?
Yep.
Ascendancy? Yeah, stands off to a very good start. This is what he needs to be doing in order to take control of the game. Luke flips a Temple Malady, but he's going to opt for the fetch land because it looks like he's got a Rhino to deploy here, or some other 4-drop. Maybe a whip, not a whip because he
Not a
can't
whip.
cast it.
Once he goes Urborg.
Well, no, he played the fetch land.
Huh.
No, it's better. It's better than Brian Kibler. He makes more sound,
Kibler doesn't make sound.
and Kibler is the master of the vertical hand
Yeah.
shuffle. I haven't seen anyone quite vertical hand shuffle as well as him, but
That is a good answer there.
yeah, that's why he went to go get the white mana immediately, just to get that
He has 2 Banishing Lights main.
yeah, to get that Jeskai Ascendancy out of the way. Are you gonna do a demonstration for our viewers?
No. I'm not.
You're gonna snap off this tiny leader's deck? No. We all know you guys want the audio from the match. You want to hear those cards
Yeah.
smack against each other.
Maybe if
real loud.
Luke wins, we can bring him back here and have him shuffle his hand.
Excuse me,
for us.
Luke. We would like to talk to you. Can you please shuffle your cards really loud for our viewers? So we got a Hordeling Outburst. Stan is taking a lot of damage off his lands this game. Reclamation Sage.
It's in the main.
It is. It is.
1 Reclamation Sage in the main.
I was joking. I wasn't actually going to have him make sounds for you. So Luke's got 3 lands and a Hero's Downfall. It's not the best hand, but he should be in okay shape. He's got protection from another Jeskai Ascendancy. He is declining to block. I think... I guess it does make sense. He does need to, dig through his deck.
And it's really only dealing 1 damage a turn.
Basically, yeah. It's another Courser. So I think he just plays an untapped land here because he probably wants that Courser. Yeah.
The hand shuffle Just running it out.
I don't think I would have played that. Like,
Why not just play the Courser?
he can't. It's on top of his deck.
Oh, thought it was in there.
Courser would be pretty good if you could play any card off the top of your deck.
But now he's clear to try to stick another Jeskai Ascendancy.
I guess Reclamation Stage just trades with one of the Grandmasters,
that
so
was his-
that's a reason. Yeah, and it looks like it stops Stan from attacking. So, if it's going to stop your opponent from attacking, I think that's pretty good. I think that's a little premature, too. Don't think we need to be doing that.
It's not a rush. He's not attacking anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to fire that off.
He still has another one, so like if he wants to buy something back, he can.
Yeah. So, yeah, here I think you save your Scryland again, or he only has 2 Scrylands, so he probably just wants to leave that on top anyways. I think you want the commune, right? Like you
Yeah.
can hit whip, you can hit a lot of things.
Can hit whip. Is he playing Eidolon?
Might be a Stoke here. Oh, he's buying back. He's buying back a Stoke. Buying back a Wild Slash.
It's nice.
Yeah. Gesturing.
I think he took some life to
Yeah, he
buy
equaled
back,
out.
so he equaled out. He's not playing an Eidolon though. Just Siege Rhinos, Taskers, Hornet Queens, Soul of Innistrades, Courser.
He has. What did you say he's not playing?
Eidolon?
Oh yeah. I did the game I just watched where Luke was playing Brady. He played a Tassiger and activated it 3 times in the same turn. It was really nice.
Sounds like a long game.
Those Abzan mirrors. So I think Stan just cruised.
That's pretty good.
You know what's nice? Cruising, buying back cruise. I don't know if he did that. I don't know if there was enough cards in his graveyard for him to do that, but if he did, that would be nice. I couldn't quite see in this. The graveyard is a little obscured because of the names. So I think Luke is communing here and hoping we hit a whip. So I guess Siege Rhino. It's not the worst. And we found a land. And we should put the commune in the graveyard. Found another land. Commune's gonna hang out. It's gonna be a creature for a while.
It's not a creature. It's just kind of there.
There we go. And Abzan is just doing what Abzan does best.
This deck kind
Nothing.
of confusing
Nothing for a
me.
while.
This deck doesn't really do anything. The Abzan deck.
Well, he's got a Hornet Queen.
4 Siege Rhinos and 2 Hornet Queens and 2 Taskers.
I mean, that's plenty good.
Is that enough?
Sure, why not?
I guess it is. He's in
Stan
the
still
finals.
does have a Treasure Cruise in his hand, so he might have bought it back, which is really
Solid.
nice. I mean, it's hard to get cards in your graveyard to like keep doing that, but it is good. And we found a second Vanishing Light. We do have a Scryland. We could push it. I don't know if we want to. I think we probably just want to keep it just
I
in
think
case.
It's safe to just leave it there.
I think we just bash with Rhino here.
I'm gonna line up a Raise the Alarms block.
Well, he can raise the alarm, and I think he can buy back Stoke if he has the Stoke. But I don't think he. I think he has Wild Slash and Treasure Cruise. So he just shoved 5 tokens in front. Luke correctly kills the red ones to keep off Stoke Convoke.
Yep. That's smart.
End step, we're slashing plus buyback.
Gains 2 off the lifelink of the spell.
I don't think he had any other land to play, and he has another Scryland in his hand, if I remember correctly. So it's fine. I mean, if he like draws a Tassiger soon, he wants lands to play. If he doesn't have another Scryland, then it's probably bad. He certainly didn't need to gain the life. The problem with buying back all your spells, it means you can't fill your graveyard for this treasure cruise. So what do we got in hand? We got a Vanishing Light and I think it's a Temple of Silence. Am I crazy? I can't tell.
I believe it's a Temple of Silence.
Now we're pushing this to the bottom. We don't need no stinking Satyr Wayfinder.
Yeah, we're looking for a whip,
Land into whip.
Hornet Queen.
Well, actually, you can't play the land now, so we don't want the land, but we have a land.
Buy back, and you can raise the alarm. Or just kill one of the coursers.
Of course, we're down.
Soulfire's putting in some work this game.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
And Stan has a bunch of cards in hand, plus a cruise, so like he's very much in this game. And we're cruising. Not buying this one back though. Citadel Siege, Hordeling Outburst, Flooded Strand. Stan, I think, has a full grip of 7. Is it 6? It's whatever. It's a lot.
It's probably got
A
like
lot of
9.
cards. 9 cards. He's getting these Mystic Monasteries too, which is going to make it a bit better so he doesn't have to take so much damage returning all his cards.
Still gaining a lot of life, too. There we go.
That's big game.
Rutro.
Yeah, that's good. That is a Soul of Innistrad. If you guys
He's got some
don't remember that card,
It's pretty good.
and he can play and activate it in the same turn.
He can.
Unless does he not have 4 black sources? He definitely has 4 black sources. So the alarms have been raised.
We need an Ascendancy ASAP.
Yeah, if Stan wants to win this game, he needs to find a way to make all of his guys big.
Large. Cruise again.
Cruise, which is not bad, but again, doesn't have that many cards in his graveyard. The Flooded Strand will help with that. Citadel Siege, I don't really see it doing too much this game. He could play it and like get in with the Soulfire Grandmaster, but I don't know how strong that actually is. It's probably better than doing nothing.
It's true. Yeah. And the lifelink's like pretty relevant. And the Abzan deck has 3 Heroes Downfalls and 1 Murderous Cut, so there's not that much removal.
He does have a Banishing Light in his hand that he can play to get rid of it.
But which do you get rid of, the Soulfire or the Citadel Siege?
I'd probably get rid of the Citadel Siege, because Stan can just play any card, and like the Citadel Siege will make it a big annoying creature.
It's true.
But this turn, Luke's going to get to play Soul of Innistrad, activate Soul of Innistrad, returning Courser, Siege Rhino,
Something else. You could return
Satyr Wayfinder,
Satyr Wayfinder or Reclamation Sage.
Reclamation Sage. Yeah, that's big game. So he needs to tap his mana correctly. He tapped his mana incorrectly.
No, that's Temple of Silence.
He's going to pain himself now in order to use it. I think I would have just activated immediately. I don't think you're in like danger of dying.
It is annoying though.
Yes, I agree. So if Stan finds an ascendancy here, I think he's He's good.
He has so many cards in his hand. I feel like he could just go off if he finds it. Nope.
Well, he can still cruise. I think I just put counters on the Soulfire and offer the trade with the Soul.
What are you gonna put counters on with?
Oh yeah, the Citadel Siege just gone.
gone.
Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. Well, I think what is that red spell in his hand? It has to at least deal 2 damage, right? So I would still attack anyways. We're gonna cruise first. That makes sense too. 1, 2, 3. So a Stoke Wild Slash. So he can Stoke and Wild Slash the Soul. Gain 6.
Not bad.
Start getting in.
He doesn't get to activate it while it's on the field, so he only gets 1 activation out of it, which is good.
I think there's basically nothing better to do. And he actually can still attack with all of his creatures.
Thankfully, Luke no longer has a hand.
Yeah, he can't.
No more shuffling.
Can't smack them together anymore.
But we're shipping.
I think I would do this before walkers.
Hold up.
I think he probably said something because otherwise, if I was Luke, I would just like snap block something. Yep, I think those are good choices by Luke.
Is he gonna kill it now?
No, I mean, so the reason I don't like this is because he puts it on 1, he still has to use both the spells. So, why?
That's what I'm saying.
Also, he could have also bought back Stoke because of the Convoke.
It's not that hand shuffling is bad. It's the noise that this specific person makes when they hand shuffle.
Yeah, I think now that I think about it more, I would have bought back Stoke.
Yeah.
And then just Wild Slash. And then attack with Soulfire. He doesn't really need all the cards in his hand, but like you can't really be letting him have the soul.
Like yeah, letting him have the soul is.
He's gonna kill it now, but like he still has to use 2 spells on it.
Yeah. I think
Did
we
they
should
get the
just
lifelink from the spells? Yeah, now they're gonna get it. Yeah. 31. That is correct. Yeah, I feel like that turn could have been played better. Thoughtseize, we got a Soulfire Grandmaster, a Wild Slash. You just scooped? Why did we scoop?
Interesting.
Couldn't we have gotten a Siege Rhino, played a Siege Rhino?
It's not like he gets exiled, right?
I'm confused.
We could have done something, I'm sure. We had a lot of mana. Or Luke had a lot of mana. He could have activated his Siege Rhino to get back. Or activated his Soul of Innistrad. Get back Siege Rhino.
I am very confused right now.
Got back Siege Rhino.
I don't know what to say.
Reclamation Sage.
He was at 11, right? He goes to 14. He can block the 4/4. He takes 6.
There was a lot of tokens, Casey.
Oh, he only would have been at 12, but like there wasn't 12 power tokens. To be fair, it is late. Like they've been playing Magic for 9 hours or so, but like I just don't. Maybe I'm missing something.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you're not missing something. Sometimes people just forget things. You could have, like, what I'm thinking is he might have conceded, but he gets the Thoughtseize to take the thing that does 2 damage. Otherwise, he could have 2 damage, buy back 2 damage.
Yeah.
But he could have just Thoughtseized it.
Yeah, you Thoughtseize that, you get a Siege Rhino, you play a Siege Rhino.
Yeah. And you still have all these other cards that you got back. Maybe you got back a Courser. I don't know if he milled anything in the early game, like a Hornet Queen or anything, but
No, I think he would have. The only thing relevant he could have gotten back was
Siege Rhino.
Reclamation, Corsair, Siege Rhino. Play the Siege Rhino immediately.
It did seem a little late. But anyways, we're on the sideboarding now.
Yeah, not much we can say about that. So, you want to go first?
I'll go first. So I got Luke's deck list right here. We got 3 Drowning Starls on the board, 2 Bile Blights. There's a lot of scratching out. 1 Crooks of Fate, 2 Mastery of the Unseen, 2 Read the Bones, 1 Thoughtseize, 3 Glares, and 1 Dune Blast. So Glare's obviously coming in. Glare's like the best sideboard card in Standard right now.
They're so good.
And Bile Blights are coming in. Drowning Sorrow's coming in. Maybe Crooks of Fate?
I bring in Crux here.
Crooks of Fate?
I don't think we go
Doom
Doom Blast. I think that's probably a little too high.
Alright. What do we think we take out? We got Thoughtseizes. Thoughtseize can be good, though, if you get it before they resolve their ascendancy.
I kind of want to go down to 1 Soul, 1 Tassiger. I think we can also go down to 1 Hornet Queen.
Yeah, Hornet Queen's not as good in this matchup.
The Banishing Lights are good. The Rex Sage is good. The Satyr Wayfinders are kind of part of the deck.
Yep. There's not a lot of room.
He could take out Thoughtseize.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Thoughtseize is fine, though.
It's fine.
But, like, I don't know what else to take out. I don't think he wants to take out Whips. Obviously, you don't take out Rhinos. You could take out Murderous Cut. Like, individual creatures aren't that great to kill.
I think
Drown and Bile Blight are going to kill all the things that Cut would kill.
I think I'm going to take out Thoughtseizes and the Tassiger and the Hornet Queen. But what do we got for Stan?
So Stan has Anger, no good. He's got 3 Disdainful Stroke, which I think will come in. I think that's probably it. He has 2 extra Valorous Stance on the board. I don't know if you want to bring in the Valorous Stance. It really only kills Siege Rhino. He doesn't know exactly
Corsair.
what Luke's playing. Kills Corsair too. He also has 1 Erase. I think you board in the Erase because it hits Whip and it hits Corsair. And he did see a Whip.
If you
that
see
game.
like a Satyr Wayfinder, you're pretty sure, and a Soul of Innistrad.
So if I'm in Stand Choose, I'm bringing in Erase, probably the 2 Valorous Stance and 3 Disdainful Stroke. That's 6 cards. Boarding out Citadel Siege after I've seen a Rex Sage.
Yep.
And then maybe the Shocks, because the Shocks don't kill anything in Luke's deck. They're just going in the face. I mean, they kill Satyr Wayfinder, but I don't think you care about doing that. You would cut Thoughtseize when you have better cards to bring in. I'm not saying it's bad against him.
I wouldn't say it's so good, but different opinions. We got a nice game 2 handshake going. Got our opening
Okay.
hands. Interesting.
I mean, I think he led with that because
Tyrannosaur?
if he draws a Bile Blight or something like that. I don't know if he had black.
Brought in the Doom Blast. Brought in the Drowns.
Seems fine. Like the Doom Blast, I think 7 is a little too high. This is the finals, yes, but it's not. It's certainly not bad. I don't know what he took out for it, and that's like the question of whether or not that's reasonable.
Yep.
He did hit the Urborg,
That's nice.
so he has access to all the mana. That's a turn 3 Tassiger.
It's pretty good.
That's good.
That's
Like if Stan doesn't have a Valorous Stance, this can get out of hand pretty quickly.
There's a little slop on the left side of the table right now.
A little sloppy.
Nice and tight.
This is a Camarilla, but these players are from both stores. This event combines
both stores.
players who qualified from either store. But yeah, I will be in Santa Barbara for the pre-release. I will talk to you.
Casey Cipriano, that is. I'm Michael Carter.
communing.
Got a Siege Rhino.
Carried. I forgot about that card.
Yep. Not a lot of decks playing it these days. Because the late game top decks are so swingy. And those Abzan they don't want them anymore.
Block. Almost drew 2 cards. That would have been bad.
That was the second time this game.
Well, he's at least good at slowly drawing it, so when it does get awkward like that, he stops himself. We just jamming Rhino here? I think we're jamming Rhino.
Why not?
He gets to play Scryland too. It's so good. Or not. Oh, it's not Scryland, it's Landlord Waste.
Just kidding.
Temple of Malady and Landlord Waste look so similar. I don't think
What do you
Luke,
think he's thinking about here?
Peter, I don't think Luke deserves to win after he prematurely scooped game 1 for no apparent reason. He's gonna win this game though.
Is he thinking about playing Siege Rhino or activating Thasiger? Activating Thasiger.
He wants to activate Tasker. I would have played Siege Rhino too. I mean, he could be playing around end hostilities, but there's not much reason to. If you're gonna activate it, you better activate it in combat. No, you just block first. That's fine too. It's gonna be a good Drowned Sorrow.
It
Must
is.
say. We're getting back a Seder Wayfinder. What else you have? I don't care. You're getting Seder Wayfinder.
Yeah. Nice and tidy. You gotta make sure they're nice and straight.
They're not.
I know.
It's okay. That's dangerous.
Is it?
I mean, apparently not, but
Would you fire off a Drown in Sorrow here? He has a land. You can Drown in Sorrow.
I don't see a reason to wait. Why not just?
Drown in Sorrow, play a Rhino.
That seems pretty good.
Then, even if he plays a dude, you have a Trampler. The board's clear for the Rhino.
Like, Stan could have a spell to like save the mentor, but I don't think that matters. We're just filling our graveyard more, which is not generally a good idea with Tassiger, because it increases the chance that there's a crappy card in your graveyard.
Correct.
I also would have played the Scryland. We get a monk, we get 2 soldiers.
No reason not to play Skyline, right? You still have 4 mana up with the carry tid.
Yeah, I mean,
Activate
if you want to
Tasker.
block, like if you want to, yeah, I don't know.
You can block
it
and
makes
activate,
sense.
I don't
It makes sense to play the Scryland. Three mana for Sentence?
Another Mentor.
Another Monastery Mentor.
And we're shipping.
Block everything.
You better activate your Tasker before damage. Otherwise, you're getting back another Wayfinder.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Stoking face? Probably the face.
Heal face.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're
yes.
still. I mean, this game, I think, is basically over because now that Stan can't cast a spell, the Drowned Star is going to kill everything.
Yep. What did he get back?
He got a Courser back. So we're taking. Also, Stan missed 2 monks. Oh no, they're at the bottom of the screen.
Yep. Bottom left. Barely on the field. He'll pop them up when. There they are.
So we got a pre-combat drown, just to get in for 2, and we drew a Biobite for backup. It's a lot of dead things. I'm ecstatically casting drown here. Yeah.
Yep. Didn't even tap his mana for it. Just got really excited. Laid it on the table.
That's what I would do. I would just play it and like look at my opponent, be like, "Are you going to concede?" I think you should concede.
We got 2 cards. Luke's at 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely over.
It's definitely not over.
I'm obviously I joke around a lot.
But yeah, when you wrath for 3 mana, it's kind of nice. And scry.
Well, it's one-sided wrath.
Yeah.
And he played the Siege Rhino to get himself out of bird range too. It's in pretty good shape.
But he might concede, you don't know.
Yeah. Oh boy. I really hope I missed something that first game because I don't feel bad about criticizing
Yeah.
if I just like didn't see something that was apparent.
Soul of Innistrad can be activated in the graveyard. 1 time.
One time.
And it gets exiled. We're cruising?
Cruise is a good way to change the complexion of this game. Mentor, Flyster.
I think we want to end hostilities here.
I don't think he has it. Yeah, he doesn't even have it on the board.
Okay, 2 angers.
I don't think he boarded those in. Stan can buy himself a decent amount of turns here. Oh, actually, there's a Biolight, so we'll retract my statement immediately. Courser land go. Take 1.
Think about if you want to play the Wayfinder to try to hit a land.
No, I think you want to draw the Bioblade. I like to play the Bioblade, but I'm just playing a land to gain a life, and then I want to draw a Bioblade. Right? Like,
Yep.
that seems pretty good. Like, you force Stan to play 2 creatures, and the worst of them has to have 2 toughness just to not die next turn. Or 3 creatures, actually, because the Courser's can play. I think that's a Citadel Siege. I must say, Stan has very respectful lands,
Yep.
and so does Luke. The only thing that I think bothers me with Luke is I think he has old frame Landlord Waste and new frame Landlord
You can
Waste.
see it on the table right now.
And that's kind of a tilt.
Yep.
I do appreciate Stan's lands, though.
Yep.
It's very important, boys and girls.
Matching cards.
Match your cards up. I believe that's Owen. The mono red.
You should go back and watch his match. What do we want to do here? In Stan's shoes.
We're treasure cruise and crossing our fingers that card that's not in our deck appears in our deck.
We bricked.
All right, so
Game 3,
game through the finals.
unless Luke concedes.
Who do you got?
Stan's going to be on the play.
Yeah, I think
Big
being on
game,
play is pretty
but-
important.
Luke has 3 drowns, 2 bile blights. I don't know. I think it all comes down to if he draws a drown or a bile blight.
There's actually strategic reasons to play this same ones, guys. I don't know if you are being serious about unmatching ones, but there is a purpose to play all of this.
Diversity is key.
Diversity is not key in this regard.
It's also an old wooden ship from the
As much
Civil
as
War
I
era.
hate white bordered lands, I'm okay with people playing white bordered lands in formats where there's fetch lands because it does help you grab a land out of your deck quicker. But I don't care if you play full arts, but like the fact that they match, it's important. Thoughtseize is a card. Thoughtseize is a card, and you don't want to have to remember which cards you expose to your opponent.
And
Any good player will pick up on that stuff.
so in this match, also Luke has a lot of ways to just kill Stan's Jeskai Ascendancy, like a lot
Yeah.
compared to a normal deck.
Well, I mean, if Stan knows that, Stan can board
Just
out
take him
Jeskai
out.
Ascendancy. Like, he doesn't need it to win. It's just good.
Stan just wants to get off to a fast start before Luke can start getting things going. So that second hand handshake, we'll see if we have a third game handshake. Nope, doesn't look like it. Not interested.
They no longer like each other. It's not sick brags, it's sick disrespect to the game of Magic the Gathering.
Get 3 more foils
Luke, Snap Mold.
instantly. That's good for Stan.
Stan looks like he kept.
Stan's gonna be on the play, right? Or no? Stan won game 1.
That's true. On the play with 7 cards.
We're good.
Gonna happen again, right? Cap.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Does anyone know?
Someone probably knows.
No, this actual.
Oh, I
No,
don't.
no,
I don't.
no,
I don't
no.
know what the Kappa face is. No, I don't know. Someone might be able to inform us. It's probably Darude Sandstorm.
That'd be nice.
I didn't get to see what kind of hand Luke has, but it has a Siege Rhino, and it looks
And a
like a
whip,
Wayfinder
and a Courser.
and a Courser.
But he
That's
has.
a good hand.
You know how much green mana he has?
0?
No.
Oh, it's okay. We drew Sure stands up. Why wouldn't we?
Why not?
That's a pretty risky keep,
Raise the
actually.
alarm.
If he follows us up with that Ascendancy on turn 3, that could be a problem. Big problem.
I think he's thinking about it.
It looks like that's what the play is.
Mm,
I think I saw one in, because I think the foil cards in this deck are Jeskai Ascendancies, and
It is. This is what Stan wants.
Yeah, this is what Stan needs to do to win the game.
How do we not draw?
Well, he drew a green source, so he can play Courser this turn,
So-
which I think he needs to do.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't draw a
So take 1, play Courser.
Reclamation Sage here.
Take 1. Take 1, play Courser.
Oh,
we'll have to stop thinking.
Alright, missing damage.
You have a landlord with
There we go.
Yep.
Keeping them honest.
Fix the problem.
You don't have to worry about buying foil Jason Mind
Jason's
Sculptor for
not-
modern because he's not legal.
Not legal in modern, and I just don't like playing with foil cards at all.
gosh, look at this.
Well, he gets him with 4, but like he gets him for 4, but he can just block the other one. It's not like game over or anything.
But it's nice.
It is nice. It's good. I will
almost
take
blocked.
4.
We hit.
The Boblight's 1 turn. The Boblight's good. Just Boblight.
Yeah.
You can Boblight and play Satyr Wayfinder. Right? Like, is it close? Oh, well, it's apparently close. Hornet Queen, I don't think you can keep that. He does have an untapped land in hand, right? That's a Drown in Sorrow.
That's good.
He could just Boblight and not boy. That's fine. I think I would have preferred to Boblight.
I mean, you're going to be able to buy it. You're going to be able to.
It's Jeskai. It was Jeskai Ascendancy and Citadel Siege. Citadel Siege is now in the graveyard.
Citadel Siege is now in the graveyard. The Jessica Ascendancy is foil, so it has a weird glare. But
I mean, do you prefer the Boblight play? I think I prefer the Boblight.
yeah, you don't really have to worry about them anymore. You're going to be able to Bile them, I think, at any point now.
He has Drown Sorrow on top too,
That's true.
and because of that stand now, it's like actually I don't want to play this Hortling out there so much.
I mean, he kind of has to
it
though.
was Citadel Siege, the White Siege. That's where that's why there's 2 counters on that 1 soldier token. So he does Outburst. What do you draw off of the? I didn't
Stoke.
see. Stoke is pretty good. Yeah, it's a bot, and it's telling us what the card is. I'm a fan.
Cool.
That could get annoying at some time though. So he can stoke Courser. Just gonna bin the Rex Sage.
Get your scry before you loot. It's nice.
Yeah, if you could have drawn like a Wild Slash, you would have been in really good shape. So this Drown in Sorrow is still good, right?
Yep.
Like,
Definitely still good.
and
if
he has
a
a Bile Blight.
Yep.
Does he have? He does have 4 black mana. He's going with the Bile Blight first.
Because if you get him to cast a Wild Slash right now, that's pretty good.
But he knows he has the Drown in Sorrow.
Yeah.
So he's going to stoke away the Courser. Yeah, I think Luke's in okay shape here. I think I would still follow up with the Drown in Sorrow. I just don't want to die. Contemplating where. Okay, stoking that.
There he goes.
So, the 1 soldier token's dead. One soldier token's dead. Everything's dead. Scry 1. Leave it on top. He had to take 1 to play that, yes. Does he have another land? I thought he had 1 more land. Maybe not. It's Whip, Satyr Wayfinder, and Siege Rhino.
Stand.
He can next turn he can play. Does he have enough cards to play Tassiger and Siege Rhino?
That's pretty good.
Outburst, another Ascendancy, which I don't think he actually wants. But I think he wants it more than Flooded Stern. there 4 cards in his graveyard? I think it's 4.
It looks like it's.
So he's probably gonna go with. He's gonna go with Wayfinder, and then if he gets a land, he can Siege Rhino. If he doesn't hit a land, he can Tasigur. Whiff, 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 whiff. So we're gonna Tasigur. Yeah, those are in the graveyard. Now we have to decide what to exile to this Tasigur. How many we want to exile? Looks like he wants to exile.
Just push
5.
the life pad off the table.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
Get that back.
Got that back in place for you guys.
Second Ascendancy. It's gonna help him find a cruise. Did he just? What did he rip?
Discarded a land, so
He ripped a cruise.
nice. That's what he needed.
So you wanna just put the top 2 cards of your deck in their graveyard? I think I do.
I do.
Yeah, just to rip another cruise.
Unless there's like a 1-of in your deck, you really need.
Just 3 Ascendancy triggers. That doesn't matter though, because that Hordeling Outburst was played this
He
turn.
didn't do it. He didn't loot.
Yeah.
What did he draw?
Looks like land.
Land.
It looked mostly like land. How did he attack with those? Didn't he play it this turn? Did he play the second Ascendancy this turn?
He played the second
Okay.
second ascendancy this turn.
So they're 4/5s? Yeah, so he takes 4.
That big.
Satyr Wayfinder's dead. Takes 4. Luke's still in pretty good shape. Not like very good shape, but pretty good shape. He's got a whip too. So I think I just want to play Siege Rhino.
Siege Rhino, play your land, pass.
And then the following turn you can play Whip, which is gonna like you can just gain 8 life. It's pretty good.
We got a tie game.
13 up.
All square.
We got land, we got Battlefield Forge, and 2 unknowns. Is that a raise?
Attacking before blocks raise.
And then hope we draw another instant off of the. Oh, it's a Valorous Stance.
Ooh.
He could win right here.
Is that
Is
an
it a
erase?
race? He can erase his own thing. I think that's going to be game. Do it again.
Stoke. Holy.
Yeah, that's the game. Why did we attack with Tasigur? Did we attack with Tasigur?
Yeah.
We should not have attacked with Tasigur.
We attacked with Tasigur.
We attacked with Tasigur. We should not have done that.
He's casting 2, stoking.
It's 10 damage. That's lethal.
That's it.
So
Stan
Stan
wins.
is our champion.
Nice.
Even if he left Tessiger back, he still would have lost because Stoke the face and then erase our own Jeskai ascendancy to get up to 6 triggers.
It is interesting.
I
Stan.
think that's still not enough. Like 6 triggers wouldn't have been enough, but it would have left Luke
7.
with an empty board.
Yep.
Actually, he didn't even need to erase his own thing. It would just
Yep.
he would have had a 5/5. So yeah,
Stan
congratulations to Stan.
qualified yesterday just by doing good in the 1K yesterday that we had.
Yeah, if you're in the Southern California area, we always run a last chance qualifier 1K the day before. So if you're interested in playing in this event and you don't normally play at the Plus EV game stores, you can qualify by playing in the LCQ the day before. We qualify the top 2 people who aren't already qualified. So if you're interested in getting in this event, you should come play that. It's just a normal 1K anyway, so even if you don't finish in the top 2 or top 4 to get that invite, it's still like a normal 1K.
And by top baiting this event, he qualifies for
Our
Tournament
annual
champions.
championship, which has a very large prize pool and other bonuses involved with it. So if you're interested in that stuff, you can find information at www.plusevgames.com/TOC. That has all the information on our tournament champion system we got going on.
point system.
Yeah, I think
That's
think
it.
we're done for the evening. Thank you guys for joining us. It was fun. Did you have fun?
I had fun. If you guys like this, make sure you follow us on Twitch. We'll have more of these
Yeah,
eventually.
absolutely.
Yep. From
Also on Facebook, and
different
Twitter,
locations.
Plus EV
Facebook,
Games.
Twitter. Yeah. And thank you for watching.